And we're live. Hello, folks. Just popping on a few moments early just to check that everything's working okay as usual. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Not sure if I'm getting any green lights on my audio or anything, but just popping on tonight just to have a wee quick chat. Let's maybe bring this forward a bit. There we go. Sorry, bear with me a wee second. We're all kind of reset up in here. The whole place has changed. As you can probably see. There we go. Let me try that. That's a bit better. Get myself sorted. Sean saying good evening. Good to see you again. Good to see you, Sean. Thanks very much for joining. Just there's 10 o'clock. I just thought I'd pop on tonight and do a wee bit of a quick chat. Actually, just kind of, can you hear me okay, Sean? Could you give me a wee thumbs up because I'm getting no register on YouTube at all? Could you maybe just let me know that you can hear me all right? Which is kind of strange. My microphone's in a new position as well today. Excellent. Thank you very much. Let's just try this. Yeah, so I've got the kind of desk. Audio is good on my end. Thanks very much. Sean, how are you keeping? You okay? Hope you're doing well, sir. I thought I'd just pop on tonight and do a wee bit of a chat about what I've been off for a few weeks, just trying to sort of rest and recuperate from doing the Dune book club. Every day above ground is a good day. It is indeed. I don't know, sometimes I feel a bit underground. I like to go underground. But yeah, I've been getting out a bit with the dog. I haven't been too well for the last couple of weeks, but just getting out with the dogs today, back out into nature and stuff and having a look around. It's always nice to get some fresh air. Our weather's been quite appalling here lately. But there we go. So excellent, good to hear. No, I thought I'd pop on tonight just for a wee quick chat. Because I've been away for a few weeks, just sort of resting and recuperating, that kind of thing. We've had to deal with the house a fair bit. Actually, we've had basically demolition work done here and so on and so forth. So this is my new kind of office, and we have a bit of a glass door. So I'm probably going to have to try and reset things up a wee bit better. As you can see, I've got my times tables, charts and stuff in the background for me students, so it's not very science fiction quite yet. But we're hoping to sort of get this place organized a wee bit. And so I just thought I'd pop on today, and I was hoping to see if anybody pops on. I was looking for a little bit of feedback, hopefully, just to see what people had thought of the Dune Book Club and how we went about it. And I know it was very anal and very, very detailed. But just in preparation, really, for getting on with Dune Messiah, I've nipped out today, just because I've gotten a lot older and my eyesight's become rubbish. I've nipped out to buy a new copy of the book. Which, I have 3 copies of Dune Messiah already, but they're all quite old. So I really just went down to get one that had bigger text in it, basically. So I've picked up these editions, this edition here. And if it's anything to go by the Dune, the copy of Dune that we've been working with for the book club, there we go. I suppose this is the one that we were working with, the 50th anniversary edition, and for a book that's been reprinted so much, the amount of mistakes in it was horrific, including Peter de Vriend, for example, entire character's name wrong, which is appalling. So this is Hodder publication as well, and I'm almost going to say I don't really expect them to have tidied this text up as well. I think it's simply just book companies taking the text and just throwing it in there and not ever paying any attention to it. So I suppose the interesting thing about it would be that ultimately, if I do all 6 books, if I'm still alive by the end of it, I will finally own a set of Dune books with one set of covers. Not that I'm particularly into that set of thing, but I just have an awful lot of disparate ones, So it was just kind of, even like yourself, Sean, just wondering if anybody had any wee comments, or because we'd finished the Dune book club, I suppose, and I've kind of went, I'll see you soon. And I just kind of was wondering what people thought of it. If anybody's got any wee comments or questions about it. I'm not too sure how to proceed with Dune Messiah. I'm not too sure I want to go into that level of detail in it, but Dune is a book that requires that kind of level of analysis. And particularly with Messiah. I really like Dune Messiah. And having got through Dune, this is arguably after. It's hard to say which is your favorite book, but I tend to go with God Emperor. But this would be a close second for me, and it's a very very tight little political Byzantine intrigue, I think, and I think it's one of Herbert's best written books. To be honest with you, with so much going on in it, it's a lot more compact. And if we know much about Frank, I think one thing I've pointed out over the years is that he had trouble writing shorter works, if that makes sense. His short stories tend to become novels and reshaped and reshifted. And so I've always been a little bit surprised at the length of this one. Frank can write a decent, normal-sized short novel very well. The Dragon in the Sea proves that. I think his first novel was a very, very tight little book. So I'm looking forward to getting into it. And I suppose, as you can see, I've prepared a new notebook. And I don't know if you can see behind me there. There's the 4 that we've done for the single Dune novel. There's Sean saying, competency crisis is the blight of the modern age, perhaps exactly what Frank Herbert warned about our comfortable lifestyles. Don't talk to me about competency, Sean. It's that idea as well, Sean, of what, I don't know if you know about what Robert Heinlein called the competent man. The competent individual. I consider myself highly competent, but you're quite right. It's in every aspect of society at the minute, and I don't know. It's a very strange thing, isn't it? I think one of the things that I often say I think was very bad is that this idea of getting a computer for every student in the classroom, this kind of thing. I think it's done untold harm. I think there should only be one computer in a classroom. That should be the teachers, or lecturers and stuff. Too many distractions and everything's too quick and too fast, and nobody really knows anything. If you know what I mean, there's a level of sophistry about human society that we're kind of almost, a lot of people seem to be primed to say something but don't know anything really. And I'm generalizing, of course. There's Connor saying, "Hey Doc, and all what I saw of the Dune Book Club was great. Unfortunately, I missed the most." Connor, it's all up there, and it'll be staying there. So the Dune Book Club basically is, as far as I'm concerned, it's like the ultimate Spark Notes or ultimate Cliff Notes thing. So it's there, and it'll not go anywhere. So if you catch it live, great, and if not, feel free to watch it back as you read, if you want to read the book chapter at a time. It was good fun. It was a very stressful thing because of life circumstances and stuff like that. But I really enjoyed doing it, and it's nice to sort of interact with other people, just really talking about the things that you love. And so I did enjoy it, but it was an awful lot of work. And not that I don't really see things like this as work, to be honest, because I enjoy them. But it took a lot of time. And thank you very much, Connor. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What you saw was great. Thank you. It's as I said, I was just kind of looking for a bit of a feedback and a little bit, just to wonder how things went, how you guys find it. We've got a very small audience. But it's a very regular sort of, it's a tight little community, as I like to think of it, to be honest with you, here on the station. And there's Lord Crunk saying hello all. Hi, Lord Crunk. Thanks for joining us. Just on for a general chat tonight. And hopefully, by the way, folks, just to let you know then, I'm starting to do the work. I've bought myself a new notebook. I went for a different color, and I've written Doc Sloan's Dune Messiah Book Club 1 on it at the front. I'm ready to start. I haven't actually begun, but what I'm hoping to do is really probably get going next week. So I think we'll do an introduction to Dune Messiah, and which is for anyone who hasn't gone past Dune is a kicker. Really, it's the complete inversion of everything that you've just read. And as I said, it's still one of those things that as we follow the story of Paul Atreides, we still kind of support him. It's an interesting book, and it goes much more into the politicking of the thing. And we get to start to see a bit of the nature of Paul, of the Atreides, Sean, exactly. Couldn't agree more, says Sean. And Connor saying, true enough, much appreciated. Thank you, guys. As I said, if any of you had any wee comments about it, or as much as saying thanks, it's if anyone has any suggestions, I'm always open to things. I don't necessarily, I've never done a book club like this before. I've obviously taught kind of seminars and things and lectures and whatnot. And I thought it kind of seemed a bit like a seminar, but it's the participation as much as I do X amount on the notebooks. And I'll be completely honest with you, that as much as there's detail in those notebooks, we could go into much more detail in Dune alone. Some things we go over, this character's based on this and this, but there's actually a lot more to it. And I think what we've seen with Dune, and just simply the references, the places that it's taken us to, it's an incredible work, and it's very understandable that it took Frank Herbert 5 years to write that book. Lord Cronk says, I've heard the rumor that Frank Herbert wrote Dune and Messiah together as one and then later split it up for Analog magazine. I could be way off. It's not quite true. No, actually, Lord Cronk, I can tell you a fair wee bit about it. It's in my PhD, but it's written a good few years later. But the first trilogy of Dune, I think, is what you mean, is that's Dune, Messiah, and Children of Dune. That was all conceived from the beginning. So as much as it took him time to write X-Men, Dune, Messiah comes out a few years later. Let me see if I can remember. Is it around 69 or something like that? 69 I've got on this one. Galaxy magazine for July, September 1969. No, I mean, Lord Crunk, it's kind of interesting. We'll have a good wee chat about it once we'll get the Dune Messiah Book Club on the go. A lot of that we'll probably talk about in the first episode, particularly the discussion that went back and forth, if you like, with the letters, etc., between Frank Herbert and John Wood Campbell Jr. A lot of this would be in my chapter on the hero, if you like, but particularly the nature of that science fiction hero that Herbert was bothered about, and that Campbell was such a champion of. So he refused to publish it. Basically, it went against everything that he was doing. So there's an interesting publishing history behind Dune Messiah, as much as Dune itself has an interesting publishing history. But within the books, I think that the first three, based on my own research and looking at what Frank has said, the first three books were conceived at the same time. The whole thing, and the whole inversion of the theme in the middle, if you like. But yeah, so Dune split up for Analog magazine, but Dune Messiah will not be published in it. As I said, the publishing details here. Oddly enough, the other two copies I had didn't have any, which is quite weird. Or two of the other copies I had, excuse me. Galaxy magazine for July to September 1969. Galaxy Publishing Corporation, first published in Great Britain in 1971 by Victor Gollancz Limited, and first published in paperback 1972 by New English Library. Copyright 1969. So again, if he was writing Dune for 5 years and it's published in serial form between kind of 63 to 65 and then published as a book, then time to get on with this one, I think. There were other works, I think, between this. I think he might have. I think the publishing history order for Frank was Dune. Sorry, not Dune. His first book is the Dragon in the Sea, which is a cracking book, and I highly recommend it to anybody, especially if you like submarine thrillers, that kind of thing. But it's a masterpiece of tension. To be honest with you, it's a really Under Pressure is its other name, and it's a very good name for it. Under Pressure, 21st Century Sub, and The Dragon in the Sea are all the same book. They has 3 different titles. Why? I don't know. I think Frank's preferred title was Under Pressure, to be honest with you. What have I got? Both of mine are The Dragon in the Sea. So there you go. So the Dune trilogy, regardless of what we think of it, it's conceived as a whole thing. And then I think when God Emperor comes out, God Emperor is quite interesting. And at the time of publication, Herbert's working on his kind of Irish book, if you like, The White Plague. There's a lot of similarities within those two books, but there's a bit of a gap there, But he was writing plenty of other things. But I consider the Dune trilogy as conceived that way from the beginning. That is the author's intent all the way through to Children of Dune. God Emperor, I think, is an author revisiting his work, wants to sort of do a bit more with it, but God Emperor is almost an explanation to the reader of what's been done to you. I think it's the God Emperor of Dune is an extremely strange book, and it's a very good book. There we go. There's Joseph Smith saying, "Well, howdy, Joseph. How you doing? Hope you're keeping well." Lord Crank said, "So cool to learn that all the way to end at the start of Leto's transformation." Wow. As far as I know, yeah, that's again, check out the videos on the PhD, the hero chapter. There's a fair. I know there's so much in it, but we do cover that in there. I read almost everything Frank wrote, I think, 30 years ago. Again, that's been one of my problems, I suppose, Joseph, is that I did all my work on it about 2000, between 2006 and 2010, and then everything went, and it was just kind of with the Dune film coming back that I thought, you know what, I had no interest in my academic work at all, so I just decided to publish it myself and put it up on YouTube. And it can stay there, But yeah, I've got a fair amount of Frank's. I think I've got almost everything he's written, pretty much. There's a couple of things I don't have, and they might be sort of more posthumous kind of things. But I think I have all of his works. I suppose when you're doing a PhD, if you got a grant, they give you money to do stuff. The first thing you should do is go buy all the books that you need, and that's what I did. I'm a great secondhand bookshop hunter, so I literally. Hang on, I wonder if I have this here. Bear with me a wee second. This is a rare thing. Oh dear, I've written Operation Haystack on this for some reason. I find this. Let me show it to you. This is a rare thing. Now this is Galactic Central, and it's bibliographies for the avid reader. This is volume 36, Frank Herbert, A Voice from the Desert. And this is a working bibliography by Phil Stevenson Payne. And wow, I mean, if you just get an idea, it's everything that Frank's published, pretty much, where it was published. So, these were Galactic Central biographies for the avid reader. I don't know if this is still going, but I'll give you the blurb here. Let me see. So the Galactic Central bibliographies for the avid reader, there's 58 in the list. There we go. All of these guys. Starts with Paul Anderson, ends with Barry Malzberg. And I don't know if this is still going or not, but it says for more information, write to Phil Stevenson Payne, Imladris, 25A Copgrove Road, Leeds, West Yorkshire, LS8 2SP, England. And there's an email here for PhilSP, PHILSP at CompuServe.com. And there's another thing here for Chris Drum, PO Box 445, Polk City, Iowa 50226-0445, United States of America. So that's for more information, right? These have obviously been produced. It's a wee folio. It was properly stapled, and it has an it's like a fanzine or something almost. From way back, but I use this pretty much to try to make sure I had everything that I looked at. There's different attitudes to what you should do in a PhD, I've discovered, but different rules in different countries. But one of them, where I'm at, you're supposed to find out as much as you can, and to look at everything that you do on that's been written on a person to make sure that you don't, that you're just not repeating someone else's work. But I've discovered that other academics, depending on what country you're in, that's not quite true, and that you can be told to just sort of leave out and dump people's work and to pretend it doesn't exist, if you see what I mean, which is an interesting thing. So that was a great wee thing in finding out all of these resources. On getting a hold of Frank Herbert's book. I'm in Northern Ireland, and as much as a while back, since the internet and stuff, it's been easy enough to get things. But I'm a person that used to fly to other countries, to buy books, because I couldn't get them here. How embarrassing is that? Um, and I'm Northern Ireland's part of the United Kingdom. I used to fly to Amsterdam to buy books, which is bizarro, to be honest with you. Who doesn't love buying books? Though I love books, Joseph. Never seen that before. I'm jelly. Hmm. I think I did a wee photograph on Twitter a wee while back. Where I sort of showed. I just tried to get everything that I had. These are quite old, and I've seen a couple of them before, and I cannot remember for the life of me where I bought this. I think it was in Liverpool, way back in the 90s, and I just saw it and went, ah, you know. I don't know if these are available online or not. It has a price on it. It's £2. But it's not new. I've owned this for at least, I don't know, probably since 1998. I think I would have bought it. For 10p, by the way, is what I paid for it. So it's a very good thing. You can just open it up at random. New World or No World, an introduction to New World, Herbert Ace, 1970, the maker of Dune, this kind of thing. So it's and it just reads like almost like a data list, if you know what I mean. It's as much as there's but yeah, these are quite rare, I think. But that's why I kind of read the details. I don't know if the chaps are still doing them or not, but it's just full of. This is where you find this, ISB, was that ISBN numbers and stuff like that, Yeah. So for an academic resource, it's quite a good thing. It's I wouldn't say it's pre-internet, but maybe it is actually one. I've no idea. There's no publishing date on it, as far as I can tell. It just says bibliography. I'll read you the introduction, guys. Bibliography attempts to cover all the published works in English by or about Frank Herbert. No attempt has been made to include any foreign language items due to the lack of adequate reference sources. For similar reasons, the coverage of English language items published outside of the United Kingdom or the United States is also rather sparse. An attempt has been made to be as complete as possible, and all items of possible relevance have been included, no matter how minor. However, there are bound to be many secondary items, particularly in fanzines, that have been omitted. These omissions will hopefully be corrected in future editions of this bibliography. There we go. And it basically breaks it up into 18 different sections: awards and pseudonyms, stories, books, series, poems and songs, poem and song collections, articles, miscellaneous, non-fiction books, edited books, media presentations, articles on the author, reviews, and books about the author. Goodness, there's a big list, isn't there? Phantom and forthcoming titles, related works by other authors, textual variations, and chronological listing of fiction. So, as a source for somebody who wants to hunt down and find Frank Herbert's books, it's a very rare wee thing. But if anybody's interested, the information that I gave you is from the front page, and maybe you can get in contact with it if they're still doing it. Who knows? Let's put that back there, so we know where it is, because it's one of the oddest little things in my book collection. Let's have a wee catch up with your. I've got to figure out how to organize this, haven't I? Never seen that before. I'm jelly. It's an odd wee thing, isn't it? Bibliography is rule, but they show you things forever out of reach. Yes, that's as much as that's the point, I suppose. For me, now where would they be? Oh, I don't know. Magazines. One of the really important things for me doing the PhD, Connor, was actually, as much as we talk about Frank Herbert's books and stuff, it was interviews and articles, in all sorts of odd magazines like Omni and things like that I was able to, with the help of that, I tracked on. I don't think I bought hardly any books new at all. I got almost everything I needed off ABE Books, which is a kind of global secondhand shop conglomerate, isn't it? So and some things just there was one book, an academic book on science fiction that's let me see if I can find it for you. It's Darko Subin's. There we go. I've got my books kind of organized. This is a key, and it's quite rare, my understanding. This is a key text for anybody who wants to actually study or learn. It doesn't matter if you don't want to study or not, just to learn a bit more about science fiction. It's Darko Subin's Metamorphoses of Science Fiction. I, in this country, at the time when I had to buy this, I needed it. Not for an awful lot, but I did need it. And I paid £45 for this. From America, but to pick up a copy here, the next copy was over 300 quid, and I would have had to have spent it, to be honest with you. Some people like Subin's work, some people don't, but it's his definition of cognitive estrangement and the novum in particular. That's what this book really covers, a lot of that stuff about trying to figure out what is science fiction, etc. Metamorphoses. Taking a little bit of Ovid upon himself, I think. But yeah, they show, as Connor says, they show you things forever out of reach, but not all of them, I suppose. And sometimes you get lucky, I think. But part of doing a PhD, if you're doing it on something like Dune, that kind of thing, is really just to try and grab as much material as possible and learn everything that you can before you as I said, you'll have an idea of what you're doing. And mine kind of went badly upside down as soon as I hit Samuel Butler, and that was a real big insight into the works of Frank, I think. Joseph saying, I have to run, but I'll catch up with my chef later tonight. Have fun. Take it easy, Joseph. All the best. Look after yourself. Shawman says, in theory, a PhD thesis is supposed to be an original contribution to the body of knowledge, but yes, the hidden curriculum of academia is about gaming the system and internal politics. Yeah, I'm not into playing their games. I don't get on well with academics, to be honest with you, Sean. I can tell you some stories about the universities that I've been to and the people in them. Quite appalling, but there is something about academics that's, I don't know. Some of them, not all, I would say, but some of them are like me, I suppose. Maybe they're just bookish and enjoy, enjoy learning and teaching. But to me, doing my work on Dune, if I got it published in a journal, not one of you people would ever see it. I'm curious as to how many of you subscribe to any science fiction journals. I'm pretty sure the answer is none. Because, well, I buy a pile of what would they be? Goodness, extrapolation. But I don't subscribe to it. I know that they don't sell them. They don't sell them. They do sell them, but they can't get rid of them. So if anybody's ever interested, you can. I just bought a whole bunch of them after the fact and bought them in bulk and got a deal off Andy Sawyer at the University of Liverpool. Which is where extrapolation is based, I believe. But I think he's retired now. But the Sidney Jones Library, that kind of thing. If anybody gets a copy of extrapolation, tell you what, I'll get you one. I know. Oh, it's not extrapolation. Sorry. I'm being stupid. Extrapolation is a science fiction journal. It's the wrong one. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up. It's Foundation is the one I'm talking about. Foundation is the review of science fiction. I've got loads of these, and they go back a wee bit. The older ones are £3.50. I don't know how much they are. They're lovely, to be honest with you. But a lot of it's, not so much. You get the odd article, you get the odd review, that kind of thing. Some of them are better than others. I'm just going to see, is there a contact? The editor for this 1993 would be Edward James, Colin Greenland, Ian Watson. So they're reasonably well-known people involved in it. Let me see if there's editorial address, Dr. Edward James, Foundation, University. Okay, hang on. That's odd. University of York, King's Manor, York. I don't know if that's still going or not, but if business address for subscriptions, back numbers, advertising, review copies of books, etc. It's Foundation, care of New World, 71 to 72 Charing Cross Road, London. I never used any of those things. I picked up the phone and sent an email to Andy Sawyer, but as I said, he is retired. But there's just a few of them. But I'd say they're not in the average science fiction, reader's awareness at all. I just put those back there. So to me, I kind of don't see the point in doing academic work. Maybe if nobody's ever going to see it, even if it's a highly specialized and narrow kind of audience, if you know what I mean. And by putting up my PhD on and turning into these videos, I said one of them's got one of the videos, the video on Dune, the video on Leto the Second has over 40,000 views. But that's the equivalent of 40,000 people looking at my PhD, which I almost know. Almost no PhD will get looked at like that. One or two people will look at it. So I think to bring it to a platform like that, rather than burying things in journals where no one, except for those in an academic environment, are going to look at, then I think something like YouTube is brilliant for it. But yes, it's meant to be an original. Yeah, people hide things, and I don't know if you look at one of the big things that we look at is there is different attitudes to these kind of things. People talk about Darwin a lot, and Darwin's got a lot to do with this, but it was Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace's theory. Nobody really talks about Russel Wallace, but if Alfred Russel Wallace, but if you look at the history of the theory of evolution, etc., they both published that they came up with their ideas independently, doing separate work, which is really interesting. If a lot of people, when they attack Darwin, they have no idea about the other chap that worked with him, or sorry, that they worked separately, came to the same conclusions almost at the same time in history, and so they published on the theory of natural selection together. As a joint paper. That's academics working together. I think it probably happens more in science, but certainly not within the humanities. A lot of people trying to carve out their niches and this kind of thing, and I wasn't really interested in that. I just kind of wanted to teach and enjoy doing what I did. I was a lecturer before I did my PhD, and I enjoyed it. It was my favorite job, to be honest with you. If you stand on the shoulders of the giants will want full citation. Mm-hmm. Well, we talk about other people's work all the time here, and piled higher and deeper. That's exactly the thing about PhDs. It's a good acronym, isn't it? Sorry, I missed Sean's comment there. Me neither. Academia are always terrible people. Yeah. The university that I was at last down here is possibly the worst university I've ever been to, and wow, just what a sectarianism and alcoholism, and that's the staff. At the University of Ulster, where I was at, different campuses. I won't slag off the McGee campus, which I think is having its name changed, but I studied a science there, and then went and did my PhD at the other campus at Korean, and it's just an appalling place. Very badly sectarian amongst the students. They form into Catholic and Protestant groups, and I was actually an RA down there. It was residential assistant, and I stuck up with it for 3 months before I'd had enough, and I actually wanted to move away from all of these people. There's Ryan the Scar saying cheers, everyone, but it's bad to generalize, isn't it? I do know some nice academics, but alcohol is a big part of academia. In Ireland, anyway, I'll certainly say, excuse me. But yeah, how you doing, Ryan? You keeping well? So, hopefully, I think, folks, next Thursday, I'm going to start my notes, and we have a little bit of a prologue and all. This is almost a recap, and I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I wasn't going to buy this book at all, but I'd seen another secondhand copy in the local supermarket. But it is to do with my eyesight, and the copies that I have are a lot smaller, So at the same time, they're nice copies, and I've done enough harm to them over the years. Academia is the proper place for alcohol and drugs. It is indeed. I tend to go with, I suppose, one more than the other, I think. But I've become teetotal. I don't drink anymore. In part because of what was something bad happened to me down at the university, and life-changing event. I'll not go into it, but it's just these pubs and stuff like that. I think when I was at an undergraduate at the university that I was at, had more alcohol drunk per head than any other in the rest of the UK. So there you go. But yeah, oh my goodness. I'll tell you a story, Ryan. This is incredible. Will you hear this? Ryan's just saying I'm fine, thanks. Hope you are too. I'm not too bad. I've had a bit of a funny tummy for about a week, but I'm okay. Goodness, there's my supervisor at the university is a guy called Professor Richard Bradford, who's reasonably well known. I think there was a copy of 1984 came out recently where he's done the forward. I think it might have been 1984. Which is interesting because when I met him, he knew nothing about science fiction at all, and he was working on he would have worked on Kingsley and Martin Amis mainly, and it was, I suppose, kind of interesting when I was chatting. I only dealt with my supervisor once every 3 or 4 months. I met the man about 12, 13 times over the 3 years, and he's a nice enough chap, you know. He had another this guy from New Zealand. He was doing a PhD on Punch magazine, particularly about English representations of the Irish, if you know what I mean, and through this old British magazine. And they'd flown over. He'd arranged. He was a nice man. He'd arranged for this student who was from New Zealand, and I think a bit of a Hell's Angel to. He flew over the one of the curators from the British Museum, who's in charge of that collection, you know, to chat to him and to help him out. And he first thing in the morning he went in and he was absolutely shit faced on Jack Daniels, stinking of alcohol, and came in and went, you know, and had to be physically removed from the office. And for some reason he brought my name into it. He was kicked out of the university and sent on the first flight home. Just appalling, you know. Don't know what he did, but what he said, but he tried to blame me on it, and I ended up having to come up and speak to Richard Bradford about it, and it was just none of my business. And what are you having to go at me for? But it was that kind of level of alcoholism down there is just ridiculous. I think they had a senior common room. I think it was meant to be the last one in Britain. Believe it or not, it's just full of alcoholics, you know. Not a nice place, very nasty environment. I've chatted to a few people a couple of people who've done PhDs, and they've kind of given me similar experiences. And it's a bit tricky in that kind of environment. I suppose that universities have a lot of very young people who are just shit-faced and rude all the time, you know, and full of crap and don't know anything. But I wouldn't go near a university to work at the minute. As much as I could do with the work, I wouldn't go near a university. I don't consider it a safe environment to work in with the whole wokeness, and you get cancelled by some idiot for saying the wrong thing, you know, that they think is wrong when they don't, you know. It's bizarre. But that was a bit strange one, you know. Guy destroyed his career overnight, instantly. You know. Alcohol. There used to be a saying that I've taken more out of alcohol than alcohol has taken out of me. I'm not sure who said it, but if that ever ceases to be true, stop drinking. I haven't stopped because I'm an alcoholic or anything like that. My dad was a bit of an alcoholic, so whenever my mother passed, and that caused all sorts of problems. That's the main reason why I don't drink anymore. Was to try and help him. And I had the odd beer up until you know, probably about last year actually. But it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't agree with me. And I think it's also one of those things that you can do so much when you're young. But I've hit 50, and you know, time is on my shoulders and all of this kind of thing, and you just can't do that kind of stuff anymore. But I don't enjoy alcohol at all anymore. It just makes me sick, and I don't have to drink very much of it. And I've kind of had to hit my cup of Joe, as I used to talk about. I've gone decaf, which is incredible. I've been drinking coffee since I was 14, and just the whole I would just sit and shake. I would drink so much coffee. It's ridiculous. We need to write gendered language in paper. There's an interesting thing that they used to do, these kind of Ryan, what they would call research training credits. Now, research training credits are a complete con. What it is basically that they suggest to you that you have to complete X amount of these research training credits um, to pass your PhD, which is crap. You don't. And basically, what they are is you turn up and it's like someone's read something interesting out of a Raymond Smullyan book and decided let's all put these people in a room and see if I can get to think and talk about teamwork and all this crap, and you kind of going, well, why am I doing this? Because you're not allowed to have anyone else to help you at all in any way. Here anyway, you're not allowed to have anyone proofread, check your spelling, even if you're from a different country with a different language. It's it's a bizarre thing, and I think they did one of them where it's something I can do quite well, but it's can you tell the gender of a person by how they write? And I suppose it's maybe going to be a bit strange these days, but there are certain words that men would use when writing that women would not use, and vice versa. If you see what I mean, and it's more to do with fiction, I suppose. But for example, a male writer would seldom call a male character handsome. And I suppose it might refer to him as being handsome, but there's certain words, if you see what I mean, that tend to give away, if you don't know it, the gender of the person who's writing. But obviously, the whole nonsense that's going on at the minute with preferred pronouns and all this crap, you can take the piss so much, and the fact that you can reduce it to such an absurdity, and that people who are woke and all that don't understand that. It's bizarre. But yours just about identifying the gender of the writer. Oh, sorry, that's what you need to know. Neo pronouns do not work in German. I think that's the problem. It's mainly coming from the English-speaking American and British world, isn't it? Maybe Canada, that Australia, places like that. But it's gender within German. We have die, der, and das, don't we? They're objects have gender in a lot of languages. And it's simply people trying to tell you that I want you to say something, but you can go, my pronouns are I am your God and bow down before me, our Lord and Master. You can take the piss, something wrong. But the fact is that, I don't know, language also evolves, I think. I think it's particularly, they seem to have latched on to Greek and Roman prefixes, which are, we write Arbeiter means work, now it's Arbeiterinnen. Was arbeitest du? Yeah. That's what I can remember. What do you work as? Means work, now it's Arbeiterinnen. Okay. To include women, I wouldn't have thought it was. German, Ryan, though, is one of those interesting languages, isn't it? Because it seems to, as far as I understand, and I might be wrong about this, maybe you can help me out here. Most languages, as they develop, words get smaller, they get broken up. German seems to add words to words, if you see what I mean, which I think is quite funny. Was it Über von Gruppenführer? Is that something like a manager? Something like that. Over my group boss or something like that. And in English it's just boss, your manager. I don't know. But language does evolve naturally, I think, and to try and force it's an interesting thing. But no, the only kind of woke thing that's been really done to me, if you want, was when I did have an office. When I started doing these videos, I'd had to take a sort of office down the town, and I had to move out of it after a wee while. Partly because of these guys that ran kind of like Games Workshop shop. They're all on the spectrum, shall we say? And I was sitting working with a student one night, and they shut off all the lights in the building to walk some guy in who had sensitivity to light. And sit and stand and said, "What happened to come in? Well, what's going on?" And they were so, "How dare you? We're turning all the lights in this building off so that this one person can walk in." And the interesting thing is, I mean, how stupid is that? Because I'm sensitive to light myself, to the point where I have a particular set of sunglasses that are, as I like to call them, barely legal. sunglasses. So I have, there's all sorts on them, but they're two types of whatever. I suppose one of them's a Polaroid, but the other thing is for reflective and direct light. And I couldn't drive, for example, in grey fog, and my eyes would just be streaming. I bought these from got my optician to help me, and I just said, why don't you put on a pair of glasses? There's a level of stupidity out there. I think we started the conversation off tonight with incompetency and stuff like that as well. But the way myself and my wife like to refer to it is, you're supposed to keep the loonies off the grass, and the loonies are running the show at the minute. I think that's the way I would go with it. It's the feminine form added to the masculine. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. We really like compound words. There's plenty of them in English too. But English is a Germanic language. Oh dear. Sean, 100. Yes. For anybody who wants to look into that, by the way, the whole competent man thing. That's your Robert Heinlein. We were having a wee chat. Just mentioned them briefly. I've got a couple of Heinlein books I really want to get into, to be honest. There's one that I haven't read of the lot that I've got, but I've got a couple of wee collections of shorter stuff. But it's it's what is it? Oh, bear with me. Time enough. Yeah. I've read a whole bunch of Heinlein at once. Actually, the one I haven't read is "I Will Fear No Evil." Which I believe was kind of loosely adapted into a comedy film with Steve Martin and Lily Tomlin, wasn't it? All of Me, I think. But it's I'm looking forward to reading it. And that's the kind of man, isn't it? The man, I haven't read it yet, so I know roughly what it's about. I think it's a man cohabiting a woman's body. Excuse me. Well, fear no evil. That's it. The one thing about Heinlein's got a chunk of chunky books, and they're well worth it. How big is this one? Oh, it's not too bad. Just over 400 pages, and the writing's not too small. Thank goodness. The National serial form of this novel appeared in Galaxy magazine, first published in Great Britain 1971, copyright 1970. So that's one that I'm looking forward to. I think that's a man's mind transplanted into a woman's body. That is the incredible idea behind one of Heinlein's most inspired novels to date. Mind versus body, masculine desires versus feminine appeal, and soul versus soul, for the woman's soul remains locked in her body. Eunice Brantz was Johann Smith's personal secretary and confidant before she died. So when they meet again in this new and extraordinary combination, the relationship is quick to blossom. Eunice proves a perfect mentor in the art of womanhood. Two people in one body, and when a third soul joins, then the situation becomes even more fantastic. So that's pretty much the one that of the big ones of Heinlein's that I haven't read, and I'm really looking forward to it. But I have bought myself a new copy of Stranger in a Strange Land, which I've read it once and loved it. And it's a big book. And I picked up my copy got lost, basically. So I picked up a new one very recently. There you go. Whatever I've done with it, I must get round to reading it. It would definitely be something worth doing for the channel, I think. He was a rum fellow. He's an odd... Yeah, rum's a great word. If you... Depends on what you mean by rum, Connor, but I know what that word means. I love the word rum. He was indeed rum. He's a bit rum and uncanny. Does anybody know Bix Barton? Is it Bix? No, Bix. What was the one? Bix, master of the rum and uncanny. Bear with me. Oh, the rum. It's an old 2000 AD story, isn't it? It's Bix Barton. I quite liked them. For anybody who doesn't know, rum is a great word. It kind of means just a bit strange, a bit weird, a bit odd. Bix Barton, Master of the Rum and Uncanny, is a fictional comic book character featured in British science fiction anthology 2000 AD, created by artists Jim McCarthy and Peter Milligan. First appeared in 1990. Their humorous nature deal with the adventures of the character in his role as sole employee of Her Majesty's government's Department of the Irrational, where he uses Sherlock Holmes-like abilities to solve cases relating to weird and supernatural. Rum and uncanny. There you go. 19, yeah, it looks like I read all of those. I quite like it. Finished in 94, so I would have still been reading 2080. But yeah, because what was it? Is it Dick Barton I've been listening to on the radio just the other day? Yeah, 2080, Connor. He's definitely a stranger. I like Heinlein a lot. I have a lot of respect for him. I know people try to paint him, in a certain way. Nonsense. He's a great writer. I have one complaint about Heinlein. Stranger in a Strange Land, The Number of the Beast, and what's the other one? I'm thinking of Friday's another one. What's that? And Time Enough for Love, which are his big chunky novels, is really good stuff. Let me get back in here. So I was taking way over there. At about 2/3 of the way through each book, there's a bit of a lapse, I find, in the pacing, and almost like a lull point. Usually it's a transitionary point in his books, I think. But it's kind of, oh God, I got to get past. Once you get past it, boom. And I think that's the same for all of those big ones that I've read. He has a little bit of it's just what you would call a wee bit of a lapse about 2/3 of the way through the book, where there's a sort of shift as we're going to head towards the end. And it's just a personal thing, I think. But it's I find the writing a bit tough to get on with, and then it's usually just one chapter, and then on you go, and it's back to being great again. And there's some great quotes from Lazarus Long. Lazarus Long's a great character. I haven't read all the Lazarus Long stories, but yeah, for anybody who's, I don't know, not too aware of Robert Heinlein, Time Enough for Love is the big Lazarus Long book. I think it's the one I read. I think Time Enough for Love is brilliant. I'm a big fan of Heinlein. I'm looking forward to reading more of him. For anybody who's interested in the academia side of things, that whenever I did finish my PhD, Andy Sawyer, who was the guy that ran the library, the Sidney Jones Library at Liverpool, he was my external. He was kind of asking me, what next for you, Russell? And he was really trying to say nobody writes about Heinlein. And it was giving me you should kind of go in that direction. Unfortunately for me, I became a carer. So, it wasn't quite where I was going, but I've always liked Heinlein. And Lazarus Long is a great character. Valentine Smith's a great character from Stranger in a Strange Land. I think probably one of my favorite characters of Heinlein's is his Jewish lawyer, Jubal Hershaw. Is a really interesting character with his female secretaries, the whole front thing. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm talking about, but yeah, it's Heinlein's pretty good, I have to say. And I haven't read a bad book by Robert Heinlein yet. I haven't read one when it was a bit. I have just went, that was pretty good. Starship Troopers is a great read as well. I'll catch up with your comments there. Someone's talking about it. There's Carlos. Hang on, let me just see. Heinlein was a rum fellow, saying Connor. 2008. Yes, indeed. That was just to do with the Big Spartan, Master of the Rum and Uncanny. There's Carlos Crescelia saying, "Hey, Doc. Hey, everyone. Sorry. Hi, Carlos. Thanks for joining us. We're just having a wee sort of chat tonight. I was a few weeks off and just sort of was saying we'll be getting ready to get back with the Dune Messiah book club. And just thought I'd pop on for a chat tonight and just sort of say we're getting geared up, STR. God, got some great start. Not sure what you mean there, Ryan the Scar. Probably because I've lost the track of the conversation. Some great quotes from Lazarus Long. Sean Manson, well, that's really interesting. And so I did feel that way in Strange and a Strange Land with Meg and Gillian become stage magicians. There's a weird that just reminded me on something. It's an Arthur C. Clarke book, I'm sure. It's either it's something to do with this married couple in space. Sorry, I'm not too sure if I remember what I'm talking about. I'll just go on, Sean. But yeah. If what you're saying, Sean, is just that those lulls in just something in the book that kind of slows you down in terms of, because when I've read those Heinlein books, I've torn through them. I've enjoyed the writing. I've enjoyed the story. And I like the way he thinks. He's a good writer. He's a very good writer. And he wouldn't have, he's one of America's big four. He very prolific sales. He's very popular for a reason, I think. Starship Troopers is widely misrepresented. It is indeed. Um, and I think it's a great book. If you talk about whatever people talk nonsense about Heinlein, one of those wee things, it's about, for example, black characters at a certain point in novels in America. We don't want the whole thing about, black representation, just even things like the Captain Kirk, Lieutenant Uhura kiss, if you know what I mean, that kind of thing. Starship Troopers doing its bit, I think. For we don't want to see a main character who's black or not white or this kind of nonsense, And Johnny Rico is that character. And the way Heinlein slips it in, that this isn't a white boy. And I remember it's the moment where Johnny Rico looks in the mirror in the book, and it's well into the book. And I just thought, well done, Heinlein. He was doing his bit, I think. Certainly, he's a forward thinker. And it combined that with, being an engineer, competent man, can build stuff, I've enjoyed the little Heinlein I read, but he does have his fixations. He does. But most sci-fi writers do, I think. But yeah, he very much does seem to want to. I'll tell you my favorite one, I think, which is a book I gave to my son. And it's that kind of, daddy, can I have this? Can I have this? Can I have this? And part of his juvenile, if you like, collection of books is called Have Spacesuit Will Travel. And it's the most wonderful book that you could hand to a kid. To be self-reliant, the competent man, whatever you want to call him, that or whatever you want to phrase it or think about it, is a person who's self-reliant, who can get the job done, who knows how to do things, who doesn't necessarily rely on others. He's not a bad man or anything like that. The characters that you'd find in and Heinlein's done something really interesting to me. The book called The Number of the Beast. For those of us who love science fiction and fantasy, the book, I listened to young Quinn's ideas last night. He was doing a live chat, and he briefly mentioned solipsism, and I kind of mentioned Heinlein's book, but I tend not to interact very well on those kind of things. Is about pan-dimensional multi-person solipsism. Now there's a theme for a book. Have you read any other books like that? And it contains within it Middle Earth, Barsoon, all of these fantasy and science fiction worlds, including the Bible, which is the whole point of it. And it's such a wonderful book. But what Heinlein did is he created a bunch of characters who are absolutely hateful. And they're almost all academics, aren't they? They've all got various PhDs, and the way they kind of look down on the main character initially, but he's as smart as they are, and all of this. And what's interesting, I suppose, about the book is all the main characters are not nice. They're horrible people. And I suppose the gist of it is that they have a time dimension jumping spaceship that works on the idea that it's called the Gay Deceiver, if I'm not mistaken. And what they're able to do is that basically, if you've read a book, that world will exist for you, and therefore you can travel to it with this ship. So that's what they do. They go visit all their favorite worlds from books, like they go hang out in Hobbiton and that kind of thing. But ultimately, what the interesting thing about the book called The Number of the Beast is they realize that if they've all the books that they've read, and all the worlds and characters can be real. At some point, one of them realizes that, quite interestingly, I suppose, that they've read the Bible, and therefore the devil must be real. And the book's kind of about setting a trap for it. It's a weird book. I'll not want to spoil it too much. It's a hard read, actually, but once you get past the dislike of the characters, it's really fun. And of course, the devil is real. Not that I've encountered him in a Bible, but there you go. That's the only thing I found slightly dodgy about that. But saying that, the devil would certainly appear in other books that they've read. But I thought it was a kind of strange one. But it's a book. I think it's a credit to his writing that he's created a bunch of characters that are not nice at all, and that you'll go follow them on this journey to all these wonderful fantasy and science fiction worlds, you know. But it's it's a really good book, and I remember putting it down, just going, I don't know what to think of that, but I liked it, and it kind of leaves it open a little bit as well, you know. Starship Troopers widely misrepresented. Just backing up to Ryan, totally. We've talked about this before. I think it's an exceptionally good book. There's a whole argument that Heinlein. I've been asked about it, that Heinlein's a fascist. It's nonsense. Heinlein spelt, you know, is involved in World War II fighting fascism. You know, and he is a very interesting chap, I think. And the other thing about him is that what happened to him? Because as much as Connor's saying Heinlein was a rum fellow, maybe it was the 60s, I don't know, but there's Heinlein's books up to a point that, and then there's the, you know, Strange in a Strange Land is one of the counterculture university Bibles of the 60s. And it is a great book. It's one of science fiction's greatest books, I think. And particularly if we look at the messiahs that we look at within, we've got obviously Paul Atreides is Messiah. The other messianic characters that I compared Paul to really would be Frodo Baggins and Valentine Smith. Those are the three big counterculture books of the 60s, all featuring messianic characters who are, to a degree, Frodo is a failed man. Frodo fails, doesn't he? Paul Atreides fails. And I'm trying to remember. I don't think Valentine Smith does. I think Valentine is the interesting one, but it's been that long since I've read it. I remember reading it. The first part of the book, the very first start of it, about how they try to get Valentine Smith to sign over all his rights to Mars. It's kind of a first person born on Mars thing, isn't it? It made me angry, you know, and that's it. Heinlein's got a real talent. He can evoke emotions in his readers. He's a science fiction writer. He's a wonderful imagination. He has an engineer's mind, and at the same time, he's a tune in, turn on, drum it, smoke a bit of weed, be competent. I'm not sure if that would be the case with him, but he's certainly the influence he had on the 60s, I think, is huge. Cornerstone, I've enjoyed it. Yeah, again, there's a bunch of them that are the smaller ones that I haven't read. I have a few up there, but the big ones are. I've apart the one that I haven't read. I think again I said is, if I can remember the name of it, I Will Fear No Evil. That's it. Of the big one, Friday's a really good book, by the way, as well. It's not quite as thick as the others. Hang on a second. Goodness, we're on Heinlein tonight. That's great. Oh, let's bring him down. Goodness, red. Oh, I've got loads of Heinlein, don't I? These are the ones that I'm talking about, by the way, folks. These are the chunkies, if you like, as I like to call them. The Friday's probably the thinnest of those books there. I quite like a lot of these covers, actually, as well. So Friday is a very interesting little story about a female courier who has a pouch. Contains ideas like S families and stuff like that in it. There's a picture of the gay deceiver. There we are. The Number of the Beast. An enthralling combination of classic space opera and heroic fantasy is a breathtaking original masterwork from one of the acknowledged greats of the genre. A brilliant but eccentric scientist has invented a space-time machine, and using the 3 space and 3 time coordinates, he has discovered a possible 666 alternative universes. 6, and it's 6 to the power of 6 to the power of 6. Being the magical number associated with the biblical beast of Revelations. No, it's not. It's 616 if you check your work. Into this theme, Heinlein weaves his own galaxy of incredible ingredients. Marshall Penal Colony where the British Empire wars with Imperial Russia, a universe with no letter J, multi-person pantheistic solipsism, and the possibility that the mystical beast may not be mystical after all. It's all over the place, but it's a great book. I enjoyed it. And ultimately, whether you want to analyze the crap out of something, I don't always do that. I I do read books to enjoy them. I prefer well-written books. I have an eye for good writing, if you see what I mean. As much as science fiction is, how would we put it? Sometimes about the ideas, I suppose. Excuse me. Let me get a wee sip of lemonade here. Science fiction's about the ideas. The best science fiction to me is ideas presented with tip-top writing. And there are a lot of good. There are a lot of science fiction writers who are good at presenting ideas, but they're not brilliant writers. That's the one I haven't read, as I was saying. Fear No Evil. And Heinlein is that's a cracker. That's a good. How many pages is that? That's 607. And I've had these books written. That's a good. That there. Time Enough for Love is a cracker. Absolute cracker. So they're lovely books. I think I read all of those in a row. Pretty much. With Stranger in a Strange Land, I got into Heinlein. I read those 3 in a row, definitely. But as I said, this is the one that I do keep books for being old or having, if I've got not much to do, but I kind of have books for my retirement, if you like. Not that I'll ever retire. But I want to keep one by, if you know what I mean. But sometimes when you read an author and they passed away, I don't know. I read a lot of Ian M. Banks and he died, and I don't know. It's just gutted that. I wish I hadn't read one of them, if you know what I mean. And as much as I can reread them, I wish I'd kept one back. But I have a few books like that I'm keeping for one day that I want to enjoy them. Let's see. Ryan said because of the film, it's portrayed as a hymn to fascism. Yeah, it really does. The film, but it does. It takes a particular taint to it, doesn't it? And I think the film's wonderful, and I think it's very funny, and I think it's Paul Verhoeven, very well observed, but it takes aspects of that. And I think that because it was a big blockbuster science fiction film, this is the kind of thing that people will, if you're not familiar with Robert Heinlein, they'll associate with him. And it's a very good film. It's very funny, and I love it, but it's not the book, and it's very different. And it's a shame when this is done. I think when people adapt or take other people's work and really just go in a different direction with it, or just use that person. I think in a way. It was a bit like the Philip K. Dick short story series that I think was it Bryan Cranston was involved with. And I watched a couple, and then I realised that what they'd done is stolen the titles, and that they weren't actually Philip K. Dick stories at all, but they were going to ride on his coattails, and I found that quite appalling. I don't like that at all, Let's see. Evening All says Barry Homeowner. Hi Barry, how are you? Kind of sounds a bit like Pratt's Enchanter completed. Oh. And there's Chaya saying, Shalom all, Shalom Chaya. How are you? I hope you're keeping well. Nice to see you. Let me just have a wee quick look at that. Pratt's Enchanter completed. Oh, right, Elsbrag de Camp. The complete Enchanter. Oh, I have not read this. An omnibus collection. Who was it saying about this one? Where are we? Someone said, oh, it's Connor. Wow, okay, Connor, thank you. Omnibus collection of 5 fantasy stories by American authors Elsbrag de Camp and Fletcher Pratt, gathering material previously published in 3 volumes as The Incomplete Enchanter, 1941, The Castle of Iron, 1950, and Wall of Serpents, 1960. And represents an expansion of the earlier omnibus, The Complete Enchanter. There's a complete Enchanter, which contains only the material in the first 2 volumes. That looks interesting. I'm going to put a wee bookmark on that. I've got to get a wee thing to scribbling down stuff that people recommend to me. And interestingly enough, folks, I'm doing that right now. So I'll, just to tell you, one other one, by the way, if anybody wants a very short read, really important wee book. Not important for any particular reason. I just love it. I love the ideas, and if you want a great Heinlein one, read Waldo Magic Ink. That's great. Waldo's brilliant. And of course, we have Waldo's. Somebody recommended to me, guys, this is what I'm reading at the minute, and I'll maybe do something on it. I'm hoping to get some work done soon. So we're just trying to tend the house a wee bit and get our lives sorted out. I'm reading this at the minute. Somebody, I can't remember who, somebody recommended to me. It's M. John Harrison's Light. So I do listen to you guys, and I will take your recommendations. There's science fiction, fantasy. It's such a big field. There's plenty that I haven't read. I'm not sure who recommended it. I'm about halfway through. Let's see, 140. Yeah, it's about 320 pages. I'm close to halfway. I'm enjoying it enough, actually. It's a little bit strange, but I'm not too sure where it's going yet. But the writing's quite good. So yeah, I'm not sure who recommended it, but I've not read anything by M. John Harrison before. He's an English writer by the looks of it. And it kind of has three different stories that seem to be related. I figured out how two of them are related, but not the third of them. But I'm enjoying it, so I'll let you know what I think once we're done. But I thought I'd treat myself, and I thought I'd like something new to read. So actually, I'm getting most of my new reading recommendations from you guys, so keep them coming, folks. I do like them. I did like the KAO episode of that series, though. And Chad was saying, doing great, thanks. Good to hear, Chaya. That's Enchanter complete. I got put off fantasy literature for a while, for a long, long time. I think I've talked about it. The book that killed fantasy to me was Rise of the Merchant Prince by Raymond E. Feist. I'd had enough. And I really liked his books. I thought Magician, Silverthorn, Darkness at Sithanan, very good fantasies, very well written. And I bought Magician when I was a little kid. And it was the biggest book in the shop for the least amount of money that I could buy. It's literally why I bought it. I think it was over 800 pages. Magician's a great book, really good. But he just kept going with the same word, and then I ended up reading fantasy books where basically this guy's run out of ideas, and he's telling me the story of Lloyd's of London. And if I want to read a book about Lloyd's of London, I'll go read a book, but I don't want to read it set in a fantasy world. And it was really just sad, I thought. But I noticed a lot of fantasy fiction like that over the years. I suppose that the 60s and 70s. But I picked The King of Elfin's Daughter recently, and I really enjoyed it. And I do like to read fantasy, but I like a good one. And of course, I've read all the reread all the Elrics just for fun. Well, it was because it wasn't actually for fun. We picked up the new Elric book, didn't we? What was it called? I've got to figure out where everything's over here now. And I probably stuck it up here actually just because it's kind of new. I can't remember what it was called, to be honest with you. I did enjoy it. But yeah, we got through all of those. There's my Stranger in a Strange Land there. This is the new copy that I picked up. Oh, come out of there. New books. I've no idea what happened to my old one, but that's the one that I've picked up. I don't like the cover at all. I think it's horrendous. Just awful. Just disgustingly crap. But my understanding, let me see now. There's two versions of this book. One of the reasons why I'm keen to read it is that I do believe my version isn't this one. Let me see. Hang on. If you think that this book appears to be thicker and contains more words than you found in the first published edition of Stranger, your observation is correct. This edition is the original one, the way Robert Heinlein first conceived it and put it down on paper. The earlier edition contained a few words over 160,000, while this one runs around 220,000 words. Robert's manuscript copy usually contains about 250 to 300 words per page, depending on the amount of dialogue on the pages. So taking an average of about 275 words, with the manuscript running 800 pages, we get a total of 220,000 words, perhaps a bit more. Well, that's 80,000 words more. But No, some of that doesn't quite make sense because if you look at the book you're it's describing the book as you're holding. It's not as long as they say it is at all. 800 pages is what they say, and you'll find the last page is 622. So it's certainly an introduction that could have done with fixing. But if this is a more expanded version than the one I've read, then I'm very happy to tear into it and see the author's complete vision. But that's the one I picked up. I'm starting to hate science fiction books that have covers like this. Background photograph at shutterstock.com. I haven't even bothered to hire an artist. Save them a bit of money, I suppose. That's hotter as well. Excuse me. Carlos and Shalom Chaya. Hope Alison well with you. All is well with you. Yeah. I was gonna say who's asked. Connor Quinn saying Harold Shea stories might be the proper name. They visit fictional worlds. This is the I bookmarked down there, didn't it? On the It's an interesting title, isn't it? Where did I put that? Science fiction. The complete enchanter. Excuse me. Omnibus Collection 3. Yeah. There's some really interesting things around. There's some while back. I don't know. I used to when I was younger, I was basically reading either what you could find in the local library. And our local bookshops were very, very poor for science fiction. You wouldn't see certain people at all. I think I've commented like authors like Poul Anderson, for example, who are pretty well known. And I've got a few of his books now, but you would never see a lot of the writers on bookshelves here, sadly. And whenever you did in the libraries, for example, the ones that I haven't read, for example, I've been trying to get. There's two sets of books that I haven't read where I've read one of them and it's not been the first book. And I've kind of went, I'm not going any further. I want to get them all. I'm not really been able to find them when I was younger. And of course I can get them now, but it was the Lensman series and the Barsoon series, John Carter books. I wouldn't mind doing a wee episode one day on all the different, we've got John Carter, haven't we? We've got Gulliver Jones of Mars as well. There's a bunch of those Martian kind of serial stories, but yeah, just to do a wee thing on Martian fiction would be good. There's a lot more of it these days. Well, who's the one I'm thinking on? There's John Carter. Gulliver Jones of Mars is another one, isn't it? There's another odd one I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I'll maybe look this up for you. I'm just not remembering the person's, the character's name. I think it's a female character. Oh, there's the Gulliver Jones. Gulliver Jones is Edward Leston Arnold. Just having a wee nosy at Martian fiction here on, but there's someone I'm trying to think of and I can't. Sorry, I'm not remembering it at all. Martian book. Mars is an interesting thing, isn't it? There we go. So yeah, just talking about books and so on and so forth. So Chaya, for your benefit, having just sort of joined us a wee bit late, I was just saying there that we're going to start up with Dune Messiah Book Club hopefully next week. I have probably just go with the same times, I think, if everybody's used to us being there at Thursday at 9. Though we're on GMT now, not GMT +1. And I've bought myself a nice big notebook. But so we'll be getting going with that next week, hopefully, and I look forward to it. Connor saying I picked up a book on Barsoon from Oxfam today for £2.50. Nice one. Where's my iGrock Spock shirt? Have you got an iGrock Spock shirt? That's great. Grok is a great word, isn't it? And you see, I mean, Heinlein's given us things. As an engineer, he's had ideas that within his fiction, he's given us ideas that have become a reality, particularly telefactors. But he's also given us words, and grok is in the English dictionary. And to anybody who doesn't know the word grok, you can either grok or you don't grok. And if you do grok, you should grok in fullness. to quote Mr. Heinlein, but grok is a great word, and it means to understand something completely. I think, isn't that correct? Musk is going to call his chat GPT grok. He's very influenced by science fiction, isn't he? Um, I don't know what to think of Mr. Musk. When I hear him talking about certain things, he sounds quite intelligent, but I would put him on a I don't know what. Yeah, he's a funny individual in the head, I suppose, but I'm a funny individual in the head. My wife would say I live in my head. If you see what I mean, that's where I reside. But yeah, I find it funny. I came on. I've come off Twitter, by the way, folks, just to let you know. I was just going to say quickly. I find it funny that Elon Musk can't figure out how to butter bread. Just the key is friction. But goodness gracious, where would all the Irish people be if we couldn't butter our bread? That's interesting, yeah. But I don't know. There's other times when I think, wow, he is a. Interestingly enough, I suppose some of these people are what I would call Ben Reich archetypes. Not saying that he's going to kill someone or anything like that and commit a perfect murder, but the idea of a person who runs such an all-powerful corporation and gets to direct the direction of mankind through their technology, because it's he's certainly going for implants and stuff like that, isn't it? But he'll not be the first one to try it. But he's an interesting chap. But he does like to wield his power, doesn't he? He likes to make threats and do this kind of nonsense. I want someone to be in a film or I'll obliterate your, blah blah blah. I don't know. But I hope he stays busy. I think. But I think he's an interesting chap. They seem to be quite interested. Elon Musk and his ex Grimes, seem to be quite interested in Dune for some reason. I don't know. Well, I suppose that's probably an unfair thing to say. It's a very good thing to be interested in, but yeah. Musk is good. Chat GPT. Somebody had asked me about. I haven't been very good at answering comments and stuff lately. I will try to get back, and I've said a bit of housekeeping to do with the station, folks. But so I posted up a wee thing. Somebody had asked me just thing from the station, where did the AI picture come from? And I did it ages ago, and I don't remember which I don't think it was Chat GPT or anything like that. But no, artificial intelligence. Actually, to be honest with you, I was thinking of doing a program about it, a live chat and discussion, because it's kind of it's here, isn't it? Years and years ago, when I was in my early 20s, I wanted to be a science fiction writer, and I started writing stories. And I came to I wrote all my stories were based on singularity, artificial intelligence, singularity, and they were all different. They're all different ways that it could happen. And I kind of explored these. The reason why I didn't do anything with them was because I came to the conclusion that my writing was shit, and that I should go get some life experience and learn how to write. But I thought my ideas were good. I know enough about it, I suppose, to be quite concerned. But really, I thought it might be interesting to try and do something on AI from a science fiction point of view. Everybody talking about all this stuff. Once again, to me, science fiction has been presenting you with warnings and all sorts of ideas about these concepts for a long, long time. And if I'm not mistaken, I do believe that it was a science fiction author who coined the term singularity in relation to artificial intelligence. I think it was Werner Vinge, if I'm not mistaken. God, that's going back a bit. Yeah, but yeah. Oh. I don't know. I'm kind of curious what you think about these artificial intelligences. And I've started to see ads on featuring celebrities, and it's clearly not them. Advertising things that they would never in a million years advertise, Do it, says Connor. Yeah, somebody asked me about Butler recently, Samuel Butler. And as much as we've talked about Butler in relation to Dune, it's good in terms of artificial intelligence. You can separate Butler off and say, there you go, there's your origin. Samuel Butler's Erewhon has machine evolution to the point where it supersedes mankind. Of course, Frank Herbert takes that and runs with it, doesn't he? But the fact that machines can out-evolve us, I'll give you a good example of how it probably is worrying for some people. That wee bit of art, I'd actually hired 2 people to help me with this station. I'll not say who they are or anything like that. I hired one person to help advertise the thing on Facebook because I don't really go into social media. They did it for a little bit and then just stopped, and I paid them. And then I actually commissioned someone to do a bit of artwork for me, a few wee things. And what I got handed by this artist was that a 4-year-old could have done better. I could have drawn better with my feet, just making me think of an ape about the house. And I paid them, but it was rubbish, absolutely useless crap. And I wasn't looking for like a Da Vinci or anything like that. I was just looking for some of the illustrations and stuff. And bottom line is, I kind of have a problem with people doing work here at the minute, taking the money and run. And you don't need these people anymore, and that's the problem. That is the real problem. We were talking about competence right at the start of this show here. The lack of competence in a lot of people would I personally would be reluctant to hire certain. I'd want to see your work before I'd hire you, almost these days. But it's made me reluctant to hire an artist. In fact, no, I won't do it. Simply put, and now artificial intelligence can give me any piece of art I want and any style of any artist, which is not fair to the artists, I suppose. But it's going to be the same with music. I think artificial intelligence is going to hammer people who work in the arts and humanities first. Really, I think we can see that with art and music. I've listened to some. I love disco music, kind of 70s funk and stuff like that. And I like to sort of learn guitars. I have a very bad ear. I can't hear properly. And I was playing along. I love disco music, regardless of who does it. I was listening to Jake Shears a wee while back. What was it called? Too Much Music, I think. And I loved the guitar on it. I thought the bass was a bit, but just in that term of that disco vibe. And then I listened to another one of his songs. Let me see if I can find it. Hang on a second. It's off his new album. Let me see. So Too Much Music is a really, really good wee disco song, I think. And it's almost like, I thought there was a bit of a disco revival going on. What was the song? Let me see. It's one of his, is it To the Top? I don't know. That was pretty awful, actually. It's one of the songs off his new album. If you listen to it, it has a female vocal on it singing something. And if you take Grace Jones's Pull Up to the Bumper, Baby, pull up to the bumper, baby, in your long black limousine, that, it's the same. And but it's not, but it is. It's identical. And I was wondering if artificial intelligence was involved in that. And I've started to hear songs by artists on YouTube, and I'm identifying other tunes in them. That it's almost like the Father Ted thing, with the Eurovision Song Contest, the obscure tune, But I thought, I happen to love Grace Jones as a singer. Pull Up to the Bumper, I love it. And I just went, hey, whoa, that's not your tune at all. And they've used it to overlay the vocal rather than the music. But if you sing Grace Jones's song along to it, I'm not sure which one it is, but I think it was the second one he released after that recently. I'm definitely seeing sort of AIs being used in places, and it's being described as a tool at the minute. And I thought that was interesting, talking about AI tools in relation to how everybody's a tool in Dune towards the end, this kind of thing. Chai is saying, I find Lucifer's Hammer, Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle, and Heinlein's Farnham's Freehold to be great overviews of post-apocalyptic considerations. They helped start my interest in prepping long ago. Are you prepping? Is that as in that's like kind of getting ready to have like a bunker and stuff to survive a nuclear war, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, I've not read that Lucifer's Hammer, and it's one that I wanted to read. because what's there's a really good one by those guys, isn't there? And it's the only book I've read by them, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. The Moat in God's Eye, Chaya, is Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle, I believe, isn't it? And I'm aware of it, but I haven't read it. Let me just check that, The Moat. But I absolutely adore that book. I think it's great. I read it twice, but a long time ago. And I've a very battered. Yeah, it's Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle as well. Set in the distant future of Code Dominion. I don't know, the whole prepping thing is not a thing that exists in our culture here, really. I think in the event of a nuclear war or something, the Irish would just generally go out and get shit-faced and be vaporized. Mad Max was the thing that did that kind of thing. It's smart to be kind of prepared for things, if you know. I mean, not possibly to expect the worst, but Mad Max 2 was the kind of thing that got a lot of interest into the post-apocalyptic for me, and I saw it when I was very young. I was going to actually make a video on this because I thought it was funny, but my father bought, goodness, way back in the early 80s, he bought our first ever VHS player, video player, and he came home with 3 videos from the local video shop to watch on it, and we were all fantastic. He tried to get something for everybody, if you know what I mean. Of the 3 films that we watched, kind of 2 of them traumatized me quite badly. So in order that we watched them, I suppose the 3 films were Silver Dream Machine, or is it Silver Dream Racer? Sorry. I've a dream, silver. If anybody knows the rather good song by David Essex. Is it Silver Dream Racer, I think, is the film? It is. Silver Dream Racer is the 1980 film. God, it must have been 1980 when we watched it, or something like that. And Silver Dream Machine is the song from the film by David Essex, who's the star of it. If anybody, spoiler alert, okay, so if anybody, it's all to do with the endings of these films that are utterly horrific. So as much as I was a little kid, if you watch Silver Dream Racer, it's kind of, can he beat them against the odds and all of this kind of race thing, and he wins at the end, and then he just and dies horrifically right in front of you. Movie ends. The other one was The Plague Dogs. For anybody who doesn't know The Plague Dogs, it's by is it Richard Adams? I'm very bad at remembering this man's name. Excuse me. Plague Dogs 1982. There you go. It wasn't 1980 that we got our DVD player or video player. Yeah, Richard Adams. I'm not bad at remembering his name at all. So anybody who knows Watership Down, its much worse cousin is The Plague Dogs. It's a wonderful film. Absolutely horrific ending. My dad got it for me because I was a kid and thought it was a nice wee cartoon about dogs. And if you know my 2 dogs that you've seen in the background before, it badly traumatized me. So that night I had nightmares. And the film that I wasn't allowed to see because I was too young was Mad Max 2. I had to come up and sit in the sitting room, and I watched Mad Max 2 because I didn't want to go back to sleep. The wee doggies had died, the racer had died, and I watched Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior, and it made me feel so much better. And I became an instant Mad Max fan at that point. And one of my all-time favorite films is The Road Warrior. I love it. And I suppose it doesn't have a particularly happy ending, but at least it kind of has a mythical ending where the hero's not dead, but just everybody was dead, There we go. But Chai, I'd love to get around to reading Lucifer's Hammer. Actually, it's been on my. I don't have a copy. It's kind of must just try and sort of find it sometime. But local bookshops are really hard to get decent science fiction these days. They're full of kind of Star Wars and Star Trek novels. And my local book, I've only got one bookshop in the town now. The other second-hand shop's closed, and Eason's is closed as well. So we've just got all the juice, the precious juice. My life fades. I love it. You cannot for the. I always think of Fury Road as a kind of remake, but where he had the money and to do it. But I love all 4 of the Mad Max films. And I don't know what it is about them, but as a little kid, Mad Max made me feel better. But and then into the post-apocalyptic world, I started watching a lot of films like that, things like Damnation Alley and stuff like that. Yeah, not just bunkers though. Thank God my house has a bomb shelter. Food and water security, resource management has a great preview of how society will react if things go wonky. Yeah, food, water, shelter, heat. I think it's a bit like June. Yeah, it's for me personally, Chai. I don't know if I would go to such lengths. But where I'm at, particularly, I suppose the risk of flooding and stuff like that. Ireland's starting to get affected by climate change now, um, which is kind of interesting because recently we had one of our idiot politicians going, "Hey, you're all going to suffer from global warming. It's all going to be shit where you're living. Come to Ireland. We've got no problems." And as I said, it's not necessarily the case. We've had very bad flooding here lately. Most people live on the coast in Ireland. Um, a lot of there's plenty of inland settlements too, but a lot of inner inside of the centre of Ireland is bog, if you like. It's not a great thing. But yeah, some sort of little rigid boat, I suppose, would be. We're not too far from the River Bann, but the river's been pushing up and up, and we've got yeah, we've had a November which has just been beyond a joke. It's been almost it's a couple of days like our summer, and it's almost unheard of here. We definitely have climate change. It's not a shift in our weather. Weather is a consequence of climate, I suppose, but we definitely have climate change here. Ireland will be an archipelago, most likely within 100 years. Interestingly enough, I think. But yeah, I know the world's a bit mad where you're at, Shia. So I suppose a bunker is probably quite a safe thing to have in the situation that's been there for quite some time, you know. But I hope you're keeping safe, you know. I don't want to really comment about any of that nonsense down there in that part of the world, but it's just madness, and it's just horrible. Everything, all of it. I've got nothing good to say about any of it. But that's my misanthropy, I suppose. You know. People should just learn to get along, I think. Be nicer to each other, isn't it? I think we were talking about a wee while back, I think, on how that kind of woke assassination attempt on Harlan Ellison just before he died, if you know what I mean. I thought that was appalling, and really. I think of the wee video that I did on Bloods Are Over and the boy and his dog cycle of stories, you know, and his response to how the perception of him, you know, being creating a misogynistic film, which had nothing really to do with him, and his book is very different. And even the assault, I suppose, that led by Joanna Russ, comparing his, you know, it's ridiculous. And Harlan Ellison, I put it in the video, just said, can we all just wanted everybody to be nicer to each other, you know? And I thought that was I thought it's one of the smartest things I've heard anybody say in ages, you know? But you look after yourself, Chad. It's a terrible situation. It's bleeding out into the rest of the world, you know? I first read Dune while in Israel in the mid-80s. Definitely instilled a preoccupation with moisture, even after I wasn't living in a desert climate. See, I've never been anywhere like that. Chai, I've travelled a bit within Europe. I've never been to a desert. I've never been anywhere hot. I've never been to Americas or Africa or Asia or anywhere. I live on a little island. And I'm pretty poor, so I don't get to travel much. I tend to just bounce back between here and Europe, really. Just you know. But I would love to go to such places, but the world seems such not safe, you know, these days. Saying that, I live in Northern Ireland, you know, and it's kind of ironic, I think, because most people look at where I live as an absolute mental hole, you know. Where people will kill you here for your religion, you know, and it's very, very sad, and it's very, very stupid. But yeah, the preoccupation with moisture. It's interesting you say that, because I used to think about it in that way, and I thought, well, I live in the one country that's not lacking in water. If you see what I mean, this is Dune, the exact opposite of Dune would be Ireland. We talk about the 40 shades of green, the Emerald Isle, all of this stuff, but it just rains here all the time. And you might hear me joke about it that, oh, we've got it's rain type number 56, mostly to the left tonight. But I do. Dune is a book that made me think about water, and it's interestingly, oddly enough, with everything that's happened out in Israel at the minute, in Palestine, but would have I would have stated that if there was a major war in that part of the world in the future, that it would most likely be over water rather than oil soon. And I understand that, well, particularly with the big salt things, that there's land collapsing, isn't it, out there, from over mining and over, I suppose, thousands of years of irrigation do harm as well. But it's funny that that we're all human beings, and some of you live in places that they would be completely alien to me. And as much as I've read about them and can see them on TV, I think the hottest, furthest east I've been is Rome, probably. And the hottest I've ever been was in the Balearics. I was in Mallorca once upon a time, had a motorcycle accident there on holiday as a teenager, and ended up walking around looking like the mummy for 2 weeks and white bandaged up. Had 200 pieces of gravel pulled out of me, and I still have all the scars from it today. But it's I lived in the Chase, and I lived in the desert southwest of the USA for many years too. I love living in desert climates. I don't know what it would be like. Irish people generally aren't very good in the heat, as they would jokingly say. The old joke is that we're not white. You can see through my skin. We're pale. I'm not allowed in the sun at all. So as much as there's class 0 skin, there's class 1 skin. You can tan for 15 minutes of a day. Not up to that. This kind of thing. I'm 0, so I'm not allowed to sunbathe at all. I always think it's kind of funny that the idea of skin color, particularly in America, white and black and all of this stuff, and but the Irish aren't considered white, and the joke is that we're pale. If it is a joke, of course, we're but it's fascinating. And someone for myself I've read things like Deserts on the March there by Paul Bigley. I got doing the PhD on Dune really invested me into desert cultures, and I was just saying to my wife, I'd stopped reading the Arabian Nights there for a wee while back when my father took ill. But I'm kind of halfway through the 3rd volume of the 4 volumes there, and I'm looking forward to getting it. But it seems it's a fascinating part of the world. My folks got down to North Africa a bit. I do have some artifact. You can maybe see the little just up above me there. There we go. There's our Bedouin masks. There they are. And I think they're beautiful. They're made from 2 types of animal skin, I believe, and they're handcrafted. And we have some papyrus. I have a ship of Ra and a Tutankhamun from Egypt on them. But I've never been to such places. But I used to say that I couldn't take the heat, and then I moved to London to be a student. And London is horrific in the summer. It's the smog. It's like a greenhouse effect. And there's like a small, when I was there was like a small ozone hole, basically, over Heathrow Airport. And I melted and dribbled and dripped sweat for the first year in London in the summer. And ate ice lollies and rubbed them all over my face. And I had long hair back then. And after that, I was fine with the heat. And ever since then, I've had bother with the cold. But I would love to go. But I think I would need to get linened up and stuff like that. Good Irish linen and all. Carlos could say, a man's flesh is his own, but his water belongs to his tribe. Yeah. Well, the other interesting thing then is that I suppose we talk about that there's a major environmental crisis here at the minute, and it's Loch Ness, which is the largest freshwater loch in the United Kingdom, and it's absolutely covered in this blue-green algae, which is not actually an algae, is it? It's a type of bacteria. And it's, interestingly enough, if you want to see how things carry on through the centuries, how people do harm, there's a person that owns the loch, and he's a descendant of a planter. So that's basically English and Scottish people came plantations. You get the idea from slavery in America, etc. Same thing here, roughly. seizing land off people, taking it, and then handing it down to their ancestors. I think we'd mentioned this guy recently. Um, and the cleanup of this lake, this cannot be done. He wants £6-7 million for it, but he's happy to let the environmental disaster go ahead. And he's a minor royal. I think he needs to get out of Northern Ireland very soon if nothing's done about it. But our water comes from that, and most of Northern Ireland's, a large percentage of Northern Ireland's water comes from Lough Neagh, which is interesting, you know. My grad thesis years ago was on water as an issue for peace in the Middle East. Yeah, potable water. It's going to be a big problem, isn't it? Potable water. I always call it potable. It's potable. Connor said, "I've been to Texas. I know you're Northern Irish. Was it that bad, Connor?" I've seen some of the temperatures in America recently, I suppose, and it's been yeah, you do get some extremes there, but especially the Middle East and Africa, it's unfathomable to me. Really, I've never been in anything like it. And I would love to travel to these places. The Middle East. God, it's got so much history and culture. I'm a classicist. I just places like that. I'm happy as a pig rooting in its own feces. I just send me to the ancient world, and I'm happy. I'll go. I'm just. It's kind of where I had planned to be once upon a time with my career, I suppose. Well, I did train as a classicist and thought about going into archaeology. And I would have been I wouldn't have bothered too much with the Roman stuff. I would have probably went to Greece, that kind of archaeologist or something like that, or the Middle East, areas that have come under Greek and Roman influence, if you like. But I kind of got turned off by the whole archaeology thing. People tend to take the piss out of me a wee bit for the whole. I get called that I dress like Indiana Jones, which I do not at all. But people have no eye for detail. I've got a very thick kind of brown leather jacket, which is my parents'. There it's there. Well, it's nothing like Indiana Jones's, but this is my 16th birthday present. Believe it or not, and I still wear it. There you go, same coat, and I wear a trilby hat if it's cold, which is not a feather at all, But yeah. I don't know. Indiana Jones kind of put me off archaeology a bit. He's basically a thief, isn't he? It's got to be in a museum, but not in the country that you find it in. He's a very dodgy geezer. There's Vela saying, "Hi, nice to see you on. Hope you've been well." Thank you, Vela. It's nice to see you again. I've taken a wee break just to kind of we've had stuff that's done around the house and things. And just it's been a year and a half, But I've had a bit of funny tummy just over the last week, but otherwise I'm okay, thank you. I'm trying to get better. If you see what I mean, I've had a bit of a rougher year, and not that I'm into moping or telling people about my problems, but I'm just trying to pick myself up a bit. But thank you very much for asking. Texas, Carlos is going to say, "Connor, when us Texans get to hell, our first thought is this ain't so bad." Yeah, I thought, just some of the temperatures that we're reaching, I think, have been incredible lately. But it's I don't know, it's pretty. We've had a bit of a cold few days now. It's quite mild here at the minute. I was out for I took a wee walk down the town today, actually, just to buy Dune Messiah and Waterstones. So that's why I was out, took a wee walk. Because basically with the age, I was saying there that my eyesight, the 3 copies that I've got, and I even found another second-hand copy, but it's the same one I already have, and the writing's a little bit small, and but there's places that I'd love to see, all sorts of things in the world, and maybe myself and my wife, we've talked about it. We've both had our responsibilities over the years that we've not really been able to live our own lives so much, and we're kind of a little bit. We're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves, I suppose, at the minute. But we're kind of free in a way now, and maybe we would like to travel a wee bit. I don't know. I don't think I'd get into America, but I'm dying to go to Greece. I'd love to go to somewhere like Israel, Egypt, Tunisia. China. I'd love to go everywhere. I love, I'd like to see a bit of the world. The stars at night won't be big and bright down there, sad to say. Yeah, we've got a lovely night sky here. Since we've just demolished the back part of our house, we can see a lot more of it. It's We have a beautiful night sky here, but because we're so far north, there's a restaurant not far from here. It's called 55 Degrees North, so you'll get a sense of where we are. We're subarctic as a country, so as much as it's pretty rainy here, we can have quite nasty winters, But if as the saying says, if you didn't like the rain, you wouldn't do much in Ireland. Connor saying, "Oh, the stars at night won't be big and bright down here." They're sad to say. Where is it to go? Really, is it the Andes or something like that to get the amazing night sky? The best night sky I've ever seen, folks, by far, was I was asked to do a favor for a friend to drive some stuff up to Anglesey, which is the wee island off the northwest coast of Wales, and it was kind of a surprise family holiday for a friend of mine and all his kids. So what happened was his wife put the kids on the bus, and they thought they were going for a wee trip into the country, and we put all of their stuff into my car and drove it up to this big country mansion that was going to be their holiday for a week, and I got to stay one night with them. And Anglesey, no streetlights, and just next to a big field, and we had a campfire, and we did a wee bit of LSD as well. And the stars were incredible, just right around you, and that's something that I love. And I'm hoping to pick up a wee cheap telescope actually now. Maybe do a wee bit of stargazing in the backyard at night, because I'm usually awake at night. Excuse me. Vela says, I've had a rougher year as well, and also don't unload it at random. Playing Baldur's Gate 3 at the moment and having so much fun with it. Bit of a hiatus, really. Very good. I've been wanting to check out Baldur's Gate 3. I can't afford it. But I was playing a bit of... what was I playing a bit of the other day? Neverwinter Nights 2. I've had for a wee while, but I quite liked it. It was a good game. But yeah, I've seen a few things on YouTube. It looks good. I'll wait till it drops down in price a wee bit, I think. At least it's dry heat. Quoting aliens, aren't we? Dear. There are light pollution free zones in the Sperrins. Yeah, if you run up where I'm at, Connor, I think you're probably not far from me. I don't know where you're at, but I'm in Coleraine. So we go up the Murder Hole Road, as it's not called anymore. They don't want tourists to. Geez, why would they do that? The Murder Hole Road is now the Windy Hill Road, isn't it? But it's known by everybody around here as the Murder Hole Road, because there used to be a highwayman who operated on it. Used to between Coleraine and Limavady, and you can go up the mountain and see his little hideout and stuff. And it's at the top of there's a nice car park. Just next to some farm fields before you head back down the mountain, and you'll get a lovely view of the stars there. Generally, you can in Ireland, but light pollution is getting much worse. I'll tell you something, Connor. Murder Hole has a nicer ring to it. It would certainly attract more tourists, don't you think, than the Windy Hill Road? Because all hills are windier. But no, it's locally been known as the Murder Hole Road for hundreds of years. But the local council, it's kind of, let's do Game of Thrones tourism and all of this, and that's kind of a bloody thing. But we'll not bother with something really interesting, and oh, nice. Northwest End franchise, NWM. Oh, Neverwinter Nights franchise is such fun. I played the original with friends, and you make campaigns and content for it a long time ago. Yeah, it's kind of where my role playing went, I suppose, into the computer games rather than playing with people, which is a bit sad. I miss role playing. Yeah, I miss a good Dungeons and Dragons game, I have to say. I haven't played one. The last time I played one, it did not go well at all. And I ended up giving away my books and just said, I'm never playing with these people again. I just don't want to do this anymore. But that's funny enough. It was a psychopath involved in that, and it's the same one that I had a bit of bother with at the university. We dealt with him, didn't we? I haven't played DVD over the table since the early 90s. Not that long ago, I suppose. And Naughties, I played one in the Naughties, and it didn't go well. It's just a person trying to muck around with you, you know. But I've been playing D&D since the goodness, no, very early 80s. I was a GURPS man. No, GURPS, yeah. Goodness, what was I? Let's see. I've got the. I still have them. You know, I went out and bought them just to have because I like them. So I'll be on Advanced Dungeons and Dragons First Edition. Don't like the Second Edition. Don't like the Third. Don't like the Fourth. Don't like the Fifth. But I'm just a First Edition guy, and I loved. What else did we play? We played Warhammer in the early days. Was really good. Paranoia was one of my all-time favorite role-play games, and yeah, the GURP stuff and car wars and things like that. The original basic D&D box set is the first one that I bought, and I bought it on when I was a kid on the Isle of Man, I think, on holiday. Basic XP, I had the basic one, the expert, advanced, and so on. Yeah, goodness, old role play games. Paranoia is an absolute favorite of mine. Such a funny game. Mm-hmm. The original basic D&D box set. Appendix N in D&D is an interesting list. Is this the original D&D or AD&D? Connor, sorry, probably is D&D. I wouldn't have a copy here like that. I do love going through the books, things like the magical items and the mythology that they've embedded within the Dungeons and Dragons game in the First Edition. It's from everywhere. And I absolutely loved it. But there's all sorts of things. Funny enough, what was I thinking on the other day? The original, I think, 80. Oh, where were we? What have I got? Hang on, I'll be back. This is all that I have left of roleplay stuff. I'm afraid I've nobody to play it with. I said that maybe try to create a wee one-player adventure for my wife, actually. But that's my DM's guide there. It's not the original one. I rebought these, and I've got Unearthed Arcana. And again, not my original monster manual. This is my original monster manual. Just had a black cover. So my wife rebought me these because I was a bit gutted. But I've got the Oriental Adventures, and again, a very oldie squidgy player's handbook. And this is secondhand as well. This was given to Mark Bateman at Christmas in 1985. Happy Christmas, Mark Bateman, back then. There you go. And I've got the Fiend Folio. That's it, really. And I have a bunch of stuff on computer file, if you like, old scenarios and things. But the ones that I really loved would have been AD&D, would have been the Temple of Elemental Evil. Excuse me. Would have been the Scourge of the Slave Lords and the Queen of the Spiders campaigns. I would have played in Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms a fair bit as well. I like the Forgotten Realms. I thought it was a really good setting, and I love the new D&D film. By the way, my wife's never played D&D or any of that. She thought it was great, but I don't know if anybody's seen this film. And there's lots of little nods to the old stuff, old school, real old school D&D. And as much as it's a modern film, I thought it was really good, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I hope they do a few more, to be honest with you. Appendix N is a list of books that inspired the game. Ah, right. No, I don't think that's in these here, maybe. If you do look through it, you'll find all sorts of things in Dungeon and AD&D. Funny enough, let me see, what am I thinking on here? Magical items and stuff like that in the DM's guide. I always remember there's if you have a good knowledge of myth, you'll pick up on loads of stuff within it. What was I wondering? Is it this shirt of Nessus? Let me see. I'm pretty sure it's in here, if I remember correctly. Maybe not. But there are little things, but also within the monster manual, you'll find animals, creatures from all sorts of mythologies. There's a lot of, but again, we're talking about the Arabian Nights earlier. There's a lot of the Arabian Nights in the Dungeons and Dragons books. But yeah, and for me, I suppose I used to make my own game systems, and probably where my interest in systems began, to be honest with you. I gave them to a friend when I stopped. That's kind of what I did. And he headed off to England. Yes, Temple of Elemental Evil. I DM that for almost 2 years for a group of friends. It's the best fun I ever had. It was a great game, isn't it? I actually did have it and gave it to the friend, but I've got an online copy of it. They're classic campaigns, and I was so young when I played them, but it's great to be a kid like that and play games like that. Take on, be in a different world and all of that. It's great stuff. I still think back on that time of fun. It's so fun. Yeah, I played with basically three people, so a group of four throughout certain years, and then I moved schools a lot and off I went, and that was it really. And you never really found other people to play at my next school, that kind of thing. But I don't know. I don't have a big enough social sphere of influence or anything like that. I'm not much of a people person to play, But it's interesting to see a lot of it's going online these days. I think that'll be quite good. Connor saying, likewise, I'm trying to introduce nephews to it via Hero Quest. And Chaya saying, has anyone played the Dune game? Which game, Chaya? Is it a role RPG, or I know there's a whole bunch of them these days. Goodness, I don't think I even have computer. Do I keep computer games in here? This is what I've got. Hang on. Though I do have Emperor Battle for Dune somewhere, but that's my Dune game. Going way back. Goodness gracious, Like, well, if it's an RPG, I'm not sure. I know there's a bunch of board games and stuff like that, and some new computer games. I tend to be priced out of things like that. I'm not able to just throw money at things like that, unfortunately, But I'm not sure. Has anybody played the Dune game? The board game. There we go. I haven't heard of an RPG for Dune. Neither have I. I would like to play. Basically, myself and my wife just play Scrabble on a few things, but there's not many games that are good 2-player games, if you like, Though we played the one that we play would be Talisman, which I kind of got from my son. They quite like it, but unfortunately, it takes hours to play. Not that I mind, but they do. So I just convinced my wife to try Baldur's Gate 3 with me. She decided to make a sorcerer, so I'm making a monk to join her. Figuring out what I want for a build right now. I used to play. I would play kind of fighter thieves or barbarians, that kind of thing, or occasionally would go for an assassin. I seldom would play magic users or clerics or anything like that. I prefer stealthy kind of characters, if you see what I mean. I used to play. I'll tell you, I used to play a couple of characters. My main character was called Buzz Smidgen, and he was just a tad angry. And he's kind of I suppose a duelist type thing is the way I would. And then I had a dwarf fighter called Ermintrude Sweetrose Grimbelch, the third, who had a brother called Matthias Rosé. Well, God, the things you got up to when you were young. But it's great for the imagination, great for kids, I think. And adults. So I'm not sure if anybody's played the board game yet, Chaya. I personally haven't, but it would be I would like to have a go at it, Veilsin the Barbarian in Baldur's Gate 3 is a blast. You can actually pick up enemies and throw them as well. It's total chaos and fun every time. It sounds good. I've seen a couple of just short clips of it. The game looks good. I'm not too sure what the story's like, but Chiroka says Boggle is a good game for 2 or more. I miss Scrabble, haven't played for years. We played Boggle Slam, Chaya, and we tend to take it with us on holiday as well. And I use it with my students actually as well. It's a good wee game. So it's just a wee 4-letter word kind of thing, which can go badly wrong for you with young students. But Boggle Slam's quite good. I've got a wee. I don't know. I bought a wee game there we tried as Exploding Kittens, but me and the wife mainly play Scrabble. We don't play for points or anything. We just play for fun. But yeah, I don't know. I miss playing games. I really do. I am a player of games, and I'm very good at them. But yeah, Boggle's great. I play Shut the Box with some of my some kids I teach are a lot younger than others, obviously, but Shut the Box is a good wee game. I've got something called Exploding Kittens up there, but I bought it. We played it once, and I don't think we're that impressed, you know. There's Matt S. saying hi, great to see everyone. Hello, Matt. How you doing? Thanks for joining us. I can't believe it's just gone. So I was just saying we were popped on for a wee chat tonight. There's no book club or anything, just to say hello and let you all know really just what we're at, and that we'll be back real soon with our Dune Messiah book club. We're getting ready to go with it, you know. Just setting, if anybody's interested, I can't remember who recommended it, but in terms of sci-fi, that's what I'm reading at the minute, is Light. Can you see that? Where's the title? There. Quite hard to see, isn't it? That's not good font work, is it? It's not good. It's not good design. Would have been that a bit, giving that a bit of shadow or something. But quite good so far. But I'm not too sure where it's going. But I'll let you know what I think about it. You know, my brother. Hey, Ian M. Banks reference player of games. Yes, well, I am a player of games. The only game I don't like is chess. By the way, I'll back up. I missed a comment there. I love Scrabble, says Vela, but I think I've probably become quite bad at it. I started playing chess online again last year also. I can't play chess. I can't think that way. It's as simple as that. It's two-dimensional for me. And I know that might sound insulting. I just can't. It's the things that I would do are not what you know. You know, I think chess is a very odd game. And I know it's complicated, but I'm not that interested in it. I've played it at school and so on, but my thinking's too weird. I think. Ian M. Banks referenced the player of games. Yes, indeed. Well, that's how I used to think of myself. I do like playing games. The Player of Games is a cracking book. We're going to get on this. Oh, if only I could find the time to do all the things we'd like to do. We're going to do a wee video on Ian Banks, and I've got my board set up on in terms of what I want to do, what I was promising to do. So my next little video that I planned to make outside of book clubs and stuff was on the culture on Ian Banks. And there are books like that, which is, I don't know, does anybody know the Glass Bead game? Let me see, where would you be, Herman Hesse? Oh, good. I've got to sort my books out really badly. It's also, they're a lot further away. I might have to do a wee bit of readjusting in this room. I've got a whole set of, I'll just give you a wee quick buzz of how we're looking these days. You might remember the old curtains, but this is what we're looking at like now. So the idea was to try and get as much of the sci-fi stuff and books in as possible. Books for work over there as well, etc. But I'm not too sure. I might have to sort of rearrange this desk a wee bit so you can see something. But The Player of Games is a cracking book, and there is another book like it. There's a couple of books like it, actually, I suppose. But let me see. The Glass Bead game is the first book to win. I think it won the... Let me see. I went to click it here. I'll find out how my memory is. The Nobel Prize for Literature immediately after World War II, I believe. Let's see if I'm correct. I've got it up. The Glass Bead game is the Glass Sperlenspiel. Is the last full-length novel by German author Hermann Hesse. It was begun in 1931 in Switzerland, where it was published in 1943 after being rejected for publication in Germany due to Hesse's anti-fascist views. The Glass Bead game is a literal translation of the German title, but the book has also been published under the title Magister Ludi, which is Latin for master of the game. Ludo is the game, isn't it? In Latin. An honorific title awarded to the book's central character, Magister Ludi, can also be seen as a pun. Magister is a Latin word meaning teacher, while ludus can be translated as either game or school. It says the title is somewhat misleading as it implies the book is a straightforward building genre. In reality, the book touches on many different genres, and the bulk of the story is on one level a parody of the biography genre. It's considered a science fiction novel, certainly by me. It takes place at unspecified dates, centuries in the future. Something I'd love to read again. Don't remember too much about it, but yeah, we love Ian Banks here. One of the things that I was doing for you guys. Actually, it was. I'll show you this. And doing my research for doing a video on Ian Banks, I know enough about him, but it's always good to go and find stuff. I've printed off. Oh, sorry. I've printed off all of these, which you can find online. This is the Banksonian. Is if you're an Ian Banks fan, this is for you. You know, I've printed off loads of them to the point where my printer's going a bit funny. But I thought what I would do is see if I could pour through these to see if I can find any particular interesting tidbits about the man and his work. And what I would like to do is do a general introduction to Ian M. Banks and the culture. He has other science fiction books as well, and then at some point really just tear into them, because I think he's been the benchmark for science fiction for quite some time. I think, you know, but yes. My brother made a D&D character called Venus Pretty Heart for a serious D&D campaign. I had his character possessed by a vengeful creature pharaoh to become an alter ego, Mara Hatatomi. He loved it. Very good. Mars Hatatomi. Venison, not insulting at all. Chess comment, likes and dislikes are all welcome. It's just not for me. The reason that I don't like chess is I find it too two-dimensional. I can't think that way. My thinking is quite lateral, to be honest with you. And I know it's just the thing, but I've always enjoyed the game, but I'm no good at it. And I'd go underground, and I just want to do things that it's a linear game, isn't it? Connor saying Banks has a new book out. Has he? That's good. How? One of my favorite Six-Go books is actually Jurassic Park. Michael Crichton. Sci-fi. Wow, lots of typos today. Got to back up there. What's the typo? Has Banks got a new book out, Connor? Is it a posthumous? Let's find out. Excuse me. I was listening to the interview with Kirsty Wark not too long ago, which is quite good. Oh, maybe not. Stonewall. Oh, what do we do? Oh, I don't know. Oh, the culture of the drawings. Thank you, Connor. Oh, that would be useful for me. The classic Contact edition, the drawings. Are these by him? Sketchbooks kept in the 70s and 80s. These annotated original illustrations depict the ships, habitats, geography, weapons, and language of the Banks Culture series of novels in incredible detail. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, that's dear. Yeah, I'll have to wait till somebody else buys it and gives it to a second-hand shop by the looks of it. No, but outrageous price for that. 50 quid for a book of a dead author's illustrations, and he's not an artist. But I'd like to see it, but that's outrageous. A bunch of books these days. We saw that I suppose the folio edition, they do make good books, don't they? But the prices on them are outrageous. I don't know. Culture of the drawings. Thank you, Connor. I must keep a wee eye out just to have a flick through it. I was trying to figure out how to do, if I'm going to do a whole stuff on the culture, how to represent them on the screen. And there's X amount of art out there. It's not a lot, but the scale of the culture is pretty impressive, isn't it? But yeah, going back to D. Viller, the Ian Banks reference. I'm a big fan of Ian M. Banks and Ian Banks. I like his fiction as well. I've read a fair bit of it. I haven't read too much of his later fiction, but his earlier stuff I read, I think up to the Song of Stone. I think Complicity is a really good one. And I met Ian Banks twice. I met him in London for a reading of Complicity when it came out. So that's like very early 90s. And then I met him when him and Alistair Reynolds came over to do a sort of convention thing up in Queen's University in Belfast while I was doing my PhD, and I popped up and had a quick chat to the two of them and their respective partners in the car park. But there you go. They were nice people. Not that I know them or anything, but I used to live not too far from them when I lived in Scotland as well. Thought about taking it under, but I thought it would have been a bit of an imposition. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the culture, we love the culture. All things pretty good with the culture. It's sad, and I'm not one of those people that I don't want other writers. As much as it would be nice to have more culture books, I don't want other writers to write in that world because they'll not be able to do it. I think Banks is a very particular style, and I love his humor. I think I described Matter to somebody as a really funny book. They go, really? And I thought Matter was hilarious. But I like Ian Banks' sense of humor a lot. Sadly missed. I think I miss him, and I miss the idea of. I don't have an author now that I would run to the bookshop the day that book comes out. He would have been that author for a good while. I quite like Alistair Reynolds' books, but I wouldn't rush for them. If I'll just go, oh, there's a new one, I'll pick it up. But I would be in the bookshop for Ian Banks's new books. Couldn't wait for a new culture book. As soon as I picked it up, boom, straight through it. They're brilliant. I think the weakest of them all is probably the first book, but it's still a really good book. Consider Flaybass. But yeah, you've got to love Ian Banks. I think he's, as I said, I think the person who's kind of taking the new benchmark for science fiction is probably Cixin Liu. But in terms of writing, no. It's interesting that Cixin Liu is compared to Arthur C. Clarke. Arthur C. Clarke's not that great a writer. He's a good storyteller. But it's the same with Asimov. I think that these ideas machines, if you like, some of them are better writers than others. But Banks was an exceptionally good writer. And I think in terms of I know people do lists and stuff like the independent these newspapers. Who's the top writers of the 20th century, British writers? He's way up there. And not for his science fiction. He's very well considered, and rightly so. He's a damn good writer. Was a damn good writer. A fantastic imagination. For anybody who's not too familiar, there is a sort of other culture story. The Bridge has an element on it. With this mad kind of Scottish barbarian thing going around slaughtering, and there's a knife missile in it. I think there's elements of the culture in The Bridge, but I think Ian Banks has said that The Bridge is not a culture novel. But if anybody's not read his non-science fiction, the Wasp Factory is incredibly good. I love The Bridge. I think The Bridge is a really good book. It's very funny, very funny. Is Frank on that list? The list of bad writers? No, he's not. Not at all. Would you think I would have said he was a bad writer after all we've been through with this? Frank can write badly though, as I think any writer can. Frank is. I think Frank's sex scenes are amongst the worst ever written by man, and I'll happily take that. But otherwise, no, I think Frank is a very good writer. I think when we were doing the Dune book club, I was saying that the way I'm looking at it this time, not from an evolutionary point of view, I was looking at the writing, and I really do appreciate a good writer, even sometimes to the point where the writing's better than the story. But no, I think Frank's a really good writer, and works hard at his craft. I think, but he has his moments, Oh, thought the list was a good writers. Oh, sorry, hang on. What was it? Sorry, I'm backing up. What was I? I was saying about Arthur C. Clarke and Asimov being that their writing isn't as good as their ideas, if that makes sense. They're still good writers, but they're not. I don't look at them in terms of kind of literary character, if you like. They're good enough, but they're not exceptional. I suppose that's my problem, isn't it? Really, when I look at science fiction. I do love. I consider the really good writers. Frank is on it. Yeah, he's not that high though, but he is a good writer. And I think I definitely said so. I'm looking at Dune this time. I just decided to concentrate on how is this author going about his craft. Really, I'll fill in all the details, but I just wanted to consider it in terms of writing. I am like that. I will go to the. I consider how well the thing's written first. The idea is second, if you like, and then everything else is ancillary, I suppose. But or tertiary, sorry. But uh, yeah, sorry, no, I don't. So that was me just getting mixed up. Not to worry. Yes, he is on a the list of good authors. I think out of the four big ones, if you like, the big four from the 20th century, Herbert, Asimov, Heinlein, and Clarke. I consider two of them good writers and two of them not so good. But I consider all of their ideas. But the two that I don't think are as good as the others are Clarke and Asimov. Asimov's prolific. He's just an idea machine, and he's an effective writer. Um, but he's not a literary genius. Does that make sense? That's what I'm talking. I look for really good quality, and Banks has a genius too. Had a genius too, you know. Um, and I think I did a wee sort of set of videos on the history of science fiction. It was kind of up the cyberpunk to modern day. I gave a description of I put a description of his writing in there. Reading a culture book is a bit like taking a roller. How do we go at it? If you have a listen to it, that's what I think about Banks's writing. But Banks is a master of pacing. There's different aspects to writing. I think, and the thing that Ian M. Banks does masterfully, better than I think I said better than any writer I can think of, is the command of his pacing in his books, and that sense of he'll take you there, and then drop you off a cliff, and off you go, and that cliff will just boom, 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 and the whenever things kick off, I suppose in the culture books, it's just incredible. I remember reading Matter, and getting to the point where they're falling into the fight at the end of Matter, where they're falling down the various levels of the shell world and attacking the thing that's at the base at the bottom. I couldn't put it down. It's all these. Just my God, what's going on here? This is incredible. And I got such a sense of speed and urgency, and the writing was brilliant. It's basically people falling and having a fight at a distance, but the technology in the culture is very, very advanced. Charles Strauss's free online short story, A Colder War, is incredible. Excuse me. I have read one Charles Strauss book, and I can't even remember what it's called. And I don't even know where it is, to be honest with you. It featured cornucopia machines and things like that. I'm trying to remember for the life of me what it was called. I thought it was quite good, but I got the sense that it was part of a trilogy or something, and I've never been able to get the rest of it. Let me see. Charles Strauss, there he is. Dude, did you eat the last? Very good. Let's have a look. Pardon me. Well, there we go. Let me see if I can just find the book I'm thinking on. Oh wow, he's quite prolific. Singularity Sky. That was it. Oh, there are two books on it. The Eschaton novels. I haven't read the second one, Iron Sunrise. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Pretty sure it is. It was a long time ago, actually. Good while back. But yeah, free story online. Colder War. Sounds good. Chaya said, Rivka said, you said Banks was high on the list of good writers of 20th century. Yes. It's just, these things where the newspapers here, like the Independent and the Guardian, will publish lists like this every now and then. They published one. Good writers. Oh, good and bad. I could compile it. I was talking about. I suppose. Sorry, Chad. That was probably my fault. I do lose threads sometimes. I suppose some of the good, some of the bad aspects of it. But I think Frank can write badly. It's this. We'll get there. I'll point it out. I'll go whenever we get there. I think is it the sausage sexy and is it in Heretics or something like that? It's one of the most awful, awful written sex scenes ever. Um, I think there's awards for this kind of thing, But no, I think Frank is a pretty good writer. I think you maybe remember me complaining about his use of colons towards the end of the book, where he started using them with dialogue, and I thought that was really sloppy, or lazy, I suppose. Maybe is the word I was looking at it. And I actually got the sense that part of the book had been written different at a different time than the rest of the book because of that. But yes, these newspapers would publish these lists: top writers of the 20th century, top 100 books of the 20th century, top one, favorite books, least favorite books, this kind of thing. I remember that I think it was the Independent newspaper did one once, and I had a look through it. And what was considered the greatest book of the 20th century was also considered the worst, which I thought was quite funny. It was meant to be Ulysses by James Joyce. I don't rate it at all. That's another overlay of the Odyssey, isn't it? But yeah, Banks ranks quite high. Again, we're not talking about his science fiction, though. We're talking about his normal fiction, which he writes just under Ian Banks. Yeah, I think he's great. I don't know. I don't put much stock in journalists' lists and things like that. You wonder who are they contacting? Where does your information come from? What are your sources? All of this kind of stuff. And they probably just made up the list, as a lot of people do with this kind of stuff, particularly in universities and academia and schools. If you need they make the surveys and all that stuff. They just make them up. Vale saying, I know I've mentioned him before. J.C. McCrae is my favorite author. Writes serials online. Not the best writer, but his character storytelling, world building is surprisingly excellent. Pardon me. Part of why I love his work is because he wanted to be a writer and just decided to start writing a serial. He's written a novel a month, roughly, for 12 years since he started. Hello. You all right? Sorry, I've got a dog eating his attention. Give me a wee second, folks, and I'll be right back. I'll just let this. Sorry about that, folks. There we go. Yes, I think the battle. Oh, hang on. Sorry. How do I know? Oh, yes. Connor saying the battle of the world god was fantastic. Yes. Which sex scene, Duncan and Marbella? I think it is. It's the pink sausage thing, Chaya. Isn't it? I haven't read it in ages. Yeah. I think it's one of the worst bits of writing ever. I just found it very funny. And I don't know. There's certain writers aren't very good at that kind of thing, I think. But it's been a long time since I'm recalling, if you see what I mean. It's been a long time since I've read it. Dogs are important to family members. They are indeed. We're the doghouse. This is the doghouse. Woof. I'm very much a dog-like person. And a bit of a cynic, as they say. What was it? Diogenes used to say something about he nuzzled nice people, growled at others, and barked arsenal or bit, bit bad, something like that. How he described himself as being like a dog. It's interesting. Funnily enough, when I think about Diogenes, like I'm a big fan of Diogenes. Diogenes' influence down through the classical world's philosophy, if you like, and from cynicism down to stoicism and so on. But there's a connection to science fiction, and Diogenes is. I'm thinking about writing a more extensive. So many things I'd like to do. History of science fiction, and a proper one from. As a classicist, I think I can go into it a bit, the early history of it a bit better. But there's a connection really between Diogenes and the schools of cynics, and then an individual known as Menippus. I'm preparing, hopefully, I've got 4 audiobooks to do for you and 4 videos to do. And that's my workload for the near future. I didn't want to really sort of spoil it, but well, maybe I will. I'm hoping to present, if I can figure out how to do it, some Lucian of Samosata, and I'm going to try and do an audiobook of the true history, and then another story known as the Icaro Menippus. So Menippus is quite possibly the first science fiction writer. Though we give that title to Lucian. Lucian is a student of Menippus. And Menippus himself appears as a character in everything we know about him. We have no works left of Menippus. And there's a very strong chance that he was writing early science, what we call science fiction. McKay's third serial twig in the 1800s, the secrets of why life exists were discovered. In the 1800s, the secrets of why life exists were discovered. It led to an organic revolution instead of an industrial. Oh, very good. That sounds interesting. Heavy themes of imperialism, brutal war, kind of like almost like a dark John Wyndham something. As an example, it sounds interesting, guys. And I've been thinking about doing a wee bit of writing for it, but I don't know if my writing style would be good or not. I've been thinking I've a bunch of stories that I came up with years ago. Some of them are whimsical, some of them are stupid, but a couple of them I thought I could maybe have a go at writing. Again, because I stopped writing all those years ago because I didn't think I was a good enough writer, and now I think my writing's too much sometimes. Tell you what, let me see if I can give you an example. I rewrote something for a student. If I could find it, let me see. Bear with me. It was just to encourage my own students into doing writing. And what I did was I took a paragraph of an old story I'd written and rewrote it, I suppose. I was just having a wee quick look through my files. I don't really see it here. Bear with me a wee second. I might have dumped it into my science fiction station or something. I'll have a wee nosy for this. Oh, I didn't shut you guys down there. No, I didn't. Hang on. Let's see if I can find it. Bear with me a wee second. Sorry. I'm just trying to think of where I might have put it. Important documents. Bear with me a wee second. Sorry, dead air is terrible, isn't it, on YouTube when you're looking for something? Documents, ebooks from. I'll see if I can find it. Maybe I'd written a paragraph, and I was kind of wondering about it, and I thought actually I might test it out on you guys and read you the first paragraph or put it up on the website and see what you think. And if so, the story is written, and maybe I'll just already it just needs rewritten, and maybe go. It's called what's it called? The Dying Game or something like that. And a good wee story I thought was quite good. I've seen similar ideas since. That's the thing. Unfortunately, you come up with an idea sometimes, and if you don't write it down, somebody beats you to it. But I had a very interesting wee story called The Meme Engine, which I quite liked, which has a similar ending, unfortunately, to Xi Shin Lu's books. Let me just see if I can find that folder, because I'm kind of curious about writing documents. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find it easy at all. Let me see. Maybe I put it in my English student file. Sorry. Oh, I hate that. Yeah, that's the bad thing about trying to find something when you're doing a wee show like this, is it just creates dead air, doesn't it? I'll see if I can maybe find it the next time. There's my tuition folder. Oh, here, I know. Right, bear with me a wee second, folks. Sorry about this. That's a load of rubbish, that, isn't it? Sorry. No, it's done it again. No, sorry. Windows just letting me down quite badly. They're trying to find something and just not doing it at all. Let me see. Here. Do you know what? I will leave that. It's just creating dead air. Sorry about that, folks. But I'd kind of written it out in a style, I suppose, how I would go about my writing. And I was kind of curious. I wanted somebody to read it just to see, would you read something like this if I wrote like that? You know, would it be I don't know. I can be too verbal. I wrote a wee song for the science fiction station, forgot all about the fact that the singer needs to breathe. Vela says, you're a fantastic verbal reader. Your verbal read version of PKD story was fantastic. One with the dog, not looking at Roog. I love Roog. It was a dream of mine to do that. You know, believe it or not, Vela. Roog's really important to me. And of course, I have my little Bonnie that we lost as the cover of that story. Yeah, I'd love to get some more PKDs. In fact, one of them is a PKD. The four I was wanting to do, as I said, the true history and the Acaromenopus. And in fact, there's another story by Lucy that I'm thought about, but they're dialogues, so I'm trying to figure out how to do them. It's called Menopus, which is a catabasis, isn't it? It's about Menopus going to hell. So I don't know if anybody's really ever bothered with, if you're science fiction fans, with someone like Lucian, but the true history is worth reading. But the Acaromenopus, I think, is hilarious. But I meant to do some stuff I'm always hoping to do stuff, and I decided just not to announce the things anymore, and that way if I don't get them done, nobody's bothered. But I was hoping to do, I can't remember what it's called, but I did Beyond Lies the Wub, which is, I absolutely love it and adore it as well. And there's a sequel to that by PKD, and I wouldn't mind having a look at it. And I was going to do The Hound by excuse me, H.P. Lovecraft, just because we're the Doghouse and we love dogs. And I still have, I wouldn't mind getting a Conan story done, but I do. I grew up with radio, Vela. I suppose at a certain time, I loved audiobooks and audio dramas and things like that. And for a long time as a kid, my dream job, believe it or not, was to be a Foley artist. I wanted to be doing all that stuff. There's a on Netflix. There's a show called What About Dick, and it's I think it's written by Eric Idle, isn't it? And it's kind of a homage to all those old sort of British radio shows. Who's in it? Eddie Izzard's in it, and Russell Brand's in it, and etc. It's a good cast. It really does give you a sense of those, and it's filmed for an audience, but it's on Netflix. What About Dick, you call it, and it gives you a sense of those old radio shows, and they have a Foley artist working there, and to actually see that it's a great thing, and I haven't seen anything like that anywhere ever. And to see something like that on Netflix, and a kind of radio drama presented, it's being filmed basically with the Foley artists and everything, absolutely delightful. So I love doing the audiobooks, and I'm hoping to get a whole bunch of them done soon. As I said, we've just been trying to get things done with our house here and get settled and get ready for winter. But I was always told I had what's the face for radio, as opposed to voice for radio. Rug, yes, that was wonderful. Thank you very much. It was a special thing for me, Rug. And I do like finding. I suppose Rug's not that obscure really, but maybe most people haven't heard of it. But I think it's a wonderful, wonderful story. Funny enough, my wife's taken a bit of an interest in Philip K. Dick because we were watching the speech on YouTube. You can see the speech where he talks about the Matrix, etc. And they've edited out the French translation and stuff, and you can get the whole thing. And she was thinking, "Wow, he's fascinating, isn't he?" And I'm also going, "Yes, he is. But and she's going, "Do you think he's right?" And I'm going, "No." PKD's a great guy, heavily under the influence of drugs, and his mental health's not brilliant either. He's a wee bit mad, I like to think of. Blessed lunatic, as they would say. But thank you very much. I love Michael. Sorry, I won't read your next comment, but I love Philip K. Dick. But particularly, my two favourite short stories by him are Beyond Lies the Wub and Rug. I love We Can Remember It For You Wholesale. I'll add that one in. And I think Imposter's a really good one too. But that's the collected works, the collected short stories of Philip K. Dick are what a great value. That's maybe not the word I'm looking for. What a great asset to anybody who loves science fiction. There's just so many great wee short stories. And we tend, I don't know, Hollywood has a particular interest in them, I think, but it's strange. I don't think Hollywood gets Philip K. Dick. Quite, Minority Report, I think Tom Cruise was the cleanest looking junkie I've ever seen in my life. Very fit junkie, isn't he? But a lot of his characters are drug addicts or TV repairmen or that kind of thing. I learned about something the other day about this Japanese craft of repairing broken objects with gold. I don't know, what was it called? Repair items. What is that? Is it Kitsugi? Yes. Kintsugi, sorry. Let me just... I was looking at this. Kintsugi, which means golden joinery, also known as kintsukuroi. Golden repair is the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery by mending the areas of breakage with urishi lacquer dusted or mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum. Method is similar to the maki technique. As a philosophy, it treats breakage and repair as part of the history of an object rather than something to disguise or cast away. It's lovely. And I don't know if anybody knows that idea. I think there's a lot of interest in Philip K. Dick in Japanese culture, and particularly you'll get it in The Man in the High Castle. But the book that I really love by him, apart from Ubik, which is just my utter favourite, is Galactic Pot Healer. And it's a really obscure little book by him, and it's so good, and it's so funny, and strange, and I don't know, almost Lovecraftian, and in a way. I want to reread the Michael Moorcock Elric saga next. Yeah, I just did that. It's very quick and easy to do as well. What was that new book? Let me just quickly see if it's here, because that was the catalyst for me, as opposed to reread them all. I've got a whole lot of Michael Moorcock here. I'm not sure what I've done with the new book. I'm probably trying to put it on display or something. Dears, oh dears, oh dear, and we're not that well. We are sort of organised, but it's all new. I can't see it. It's sitting about somewhere. But I'll show you. Sorry, hang on a second. Where are you, Michael Moorcock's new book? I don't know. I'll look it up in a wee second. I'm trying to give you the name of it. But I really enjoyed it. What's your new book? See, I actually I thought he'd gone quiet for a long time. I would have read Michael Moorcock a lot when I was younger. Would happily still read him. Well, goodness, what he's a heck of a bibliography, hasn't he? He's prolific. No, I'll tell you what. I'll just go to Amazon. I can't find that. Where are you? The Citadel of Forgotten Myths. Sorry, I can't see the book sitting about there. Very enjoyable and a really good expansion to the world of the Young Kingdoms, I thought. So yeah, I always love the Coram books too. Vela, the fair bit of Irish myth in it. Vela said, my wife and I just got the BBC radio show Foundation to listen to. I think it's from the 1970s. Really looking forward to it. I wouldn't mind hearing that actually. The old BBCs are good. I have a Cassell's edition of True History. I've read bits of it. It sounds quite modern. Hang on a second. The Empire Never Ended. What were you thinking? Give me a wee second. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart here. True History. Yes. Lucy. There we are. Dodo Press, I believe. If I'm remembering correctly. There they are. Dodo Press. I've got the complete works of Lucian. So everything the man ever wrote. That's the ones that I have are. There we go. Dodo Press. Works of Lucian of Samosata, 3 volumes. Pardon me. There's not a lot of. There's an introduction, a bit about him, etc. He's funny. You understand. It's not that you need to understand him. I suppose it's just if you understand what he's about. Young Quinn has mentioned this, saying it, and I think he was listening to my videos and he put 2 and 2 together and came up with 5. But he said that these were a response to, I believe, what he called travelogues. Homer and Herodotus were travelogues. There we go, something like that. But that's the complete works of Lucian. If you're into your philosophers, I'll be careful there. Just put them there. If you're into your he's a tricky one to describe. He's not quite a rhetorician. He's not. It's Lucian in particular. I think Menipus. What we know about Menipus and Lucian, they're coming up with a new style. I think, and to the argument of whether this is the first science fiction book or not, the True History. Caro Menipus. There's a bunch of them. I think Dodo Press actually. Not all of them have a science fiction element to it. So if anybody's interested in the True History, I think Connor, I think Dodo Press have a single volume. That's I'm a classicist, so I want all of that Roman stuff. If you just want the science fiction, they publish a single edition of Lucian's. I think it's called Interplanetary Romances, or it's just this kind of ones that we would consider science fiction, But yeah, the original Foundation is really good, and the BBC do those kind of shows. Again, one thing do you know something? I think one of the ways I was thinking about getting through it, actually, a lot of this stuff was I jokingly said I wouldn't do top 10s and things like that, but because they're a sign that your civilization's collapsing. So I've decided to do 10 top 10s, and I'm going to open them all with that statement, basically. But one of them was on audio. I'd like science fiction, fantasy audio dramas, etc. And unfortunately, over here, the BBC really do own that. There aren't really. So recently, there's some other companies that are starting to produce stuff, but that kind of BBC audio drama, dramas, not someone reading a book. They've kind of nailed it for a long time. But I've been listening to Radio 4 Extra at the moment, which has a lot of this stuff. And an awful lot of their actors, the real problem with them is that they sound the same. They've all got RP English, which is awful. But Empire Never Ended. Yeah, I know they're not great books, but the old Landsman series by E. Doc Smith, that could be considered original science fiction in a way as well, because it's a series. Yeah, I've read one of them. I've got two of them, but I've not. I want to read them start to finish. So they're books that I've been hunting in secondhand bookshops for years, if you like. It's the same with the Barsons. I can pick them up quite cheaply or through Kindles, but I'm not really into reading ebooks and stuff like that. I prefer a book, you know. You have Cassell's edition of True History, and I've read of it, so it sounds modern. Caro Menopus is in it. Is Caro Menopus the one with the all the arseholes that fart out all the prayers of the priests on the earth? It's just there's something brilliant about Lucian. You know, and if you understand his world, and unfortunately, you know, he's a 2nd century AD Roman citizen. He's his Samosation, isn't he? So where would that be? Samosata's. Oops. There we are. Yeah, Turkey, modern day Turkey, on the upper Euphrates. Samosata, you'll find it, is the seat of the Samsat district. The town is now populated by the Kurds of the Bezakan tribe. There you go. That's Lucian living within the empire, and he's a fascinating life. If he goes about, you know, if anybody's interested, check him out. You know, to get context where people will go, oh, this isn't science fiction, because and this comes from literary people. To be honest with you, you'll find these arguments within science fiction academia. They're literary people, and they have no knowledge of the classical world. They're not immersed in it in any way. They can't put their heads into it. And one of the things that I'll say, but we're talking about some old science fiction here. These series, for example, like E. Doc Smith's Landsman, the Barson novels, etc. Some of them are dated, but all science fiction dates in a certain way. But they don't date as long as you can put your own mind back then. Or understand that this is, you know, to say that the Barson novels, for example, that's a load of rubbish. We know nobody can live on Mars now. Rubbish. Great novels based on what people thought or they knew at the time, you know. It's all, excuse me, I'm coughing a lot here. It's all to do with Percival Lovell's canals on Mars and all this stuff, you know. Planned with Skylark to Quesney and all. I've got a copy of that somewhere. It's one of the oldest books I own. Skylark series. Yeah, so just what's the one I have? Is it Children of the Lambs? Galactic Patrol. I think. And of course, I don't know if has anybody seen the old manga Landsman series? Manga Studio. What was it? Is it just called Landsman? I don't think it was. Right. Oh, bear with me. Just called Landsman, I think. Secret of the Lens. There you go. Known in Japan as sci-fi new century Landsman. Excuse me, 1984 Japanese animated film. I thought that was old manga, as I call it. Old manga studios. Absolutely brilliant. I loved it. So if anybody doesn't know, there's a Japanese manga of one of the Landsmans. Excuse me. Start with Galactic Patrol. I think I picked that up not too long ago. But I went down and had a bit of a ride in the local bookshop. I think they brought one of them out as a new series of books, but never bothered with the rest of them. And it's just infuriating, you know. I've got to back up a wee bit, folks. Hang on. But yeah, the radio shows that I was considering, you know, the Lord of the Rings drama, the late 70s one, Old Harry's Game, things like that. You know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, obviously, as well. They're all BBC, you know, and even things like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, as much as many of us love the books, it began as a radio show. And for that reason, I suppose radio book, TV, they're all all the versions of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy are slightly different, aren't they? The Caro Menopause is this. So let me just catch up, folks. Let me see. So Cassell's edition of True History read about. So yeah, science fiction, simply put, is Lucian science fiction writer? Yes. It's as simple as that. And then to the whole arguments that they'll bring in or to do with science and technology, as if these things did not exist in the Roman world, which is just ridiculous. And they understand that science, local school here is in scientia opportunitas, isn't it? Something like that. In knowledge, there's opportunity. Science means knowledge. So if you want to break it down to specific terms, and there's a thing that people will say, well, it's archaic. And I don't hold truck with anybody who says that my language is archaic, because I'm involved with that part of the world. And it's not archaic at all, in any sense of shape or form. So no, I think the really old science fiction, we can call it proto science fiction, which basically means the first types of science fiction. I certainly look to Lucian. Unfortunately, his bit of menopause is nothing is left of menopause except what we know through Lucian. But if Lucian certainly is a student of menopause, then the suggestion is that menopause's work would also be like that. But it's fundamentally he's trying to say a true history is a very interesting title. But he's trying to say that the gods aren't real. He's doing so through the narrative of a story, and he's not standing preaching on a square like on a box like a rhetorician or making certain arguments. There's a very different style to Lucian as a writer within the Roman Empire, and it marks a shift, I think, in literature. And remember back in the ancient world, books, not stories, that these things aren't as common. They're incredibly rare, to be honest with you. But the Icaro Menopause, I love, Connor, and what I've read of the Landsman's just the ultimate kind of space opera, isn't it? And it's a set like I'd love to tear through them, and I'd love to get through the Barsoom books again, or not again, get through them all. What's the other set that I do want to read again? Do you know what? I'd happily read everything in here again, to be honest with you. Okay. It's just a silly thing. What's the thing I would like to read again? All of them. If only there was a bit of time. I love the Landsman Says Mountains. One of the first sci-fi I ever read. Connorson, they fight with knives because of personal shields too. Yeah, it's hugely influential. I can tell you that much. There's a lot of Star Wars. Sorry, would have come from the Landsman series. It was hugely influential. And as someone pointed out quite rightly, these are series. I read something the other day there that these kind of series were considered the equivalent of is it youth fiction these days, or young adult fiction? Is that it? I'm not sure I would agree. Start with Galactic Patrol. When I was a kid and read Landsman, I then proceeded to find every single book he wrote and read everything. He had a series about circus performers who were super spies, and a second space series. That's the Skylark ones, isn't it? I plan to read Skylark soon. A copy of Skylark de Quesnay, is that what it's called? Sitting in my attic since I was a child. It wasn't mine. And I remember I flicked through it very young, definitely before I was 10 or something like that, Yes, like Landsman, supercomputers are all card readers. Obviously, that isn't how things you could read such a. Yeah, you've got to have give it, that's it. You've got to suspect, if you can put yourself in the time of the book, then and I'm very good at it. Okay, I'm reading a Victorian book. I'll understand what Victorian society is like, and I'll put my mind there. This kind of thing, I can do this with Lucy, and I can do this with the ancient Greek and the ancient Roman writers, because I do inhabit that world, if you know what I mean. There's Landsman Gerb's book, excellent. Says Connor, very good. See, a lot of people will tell you that science fiction ages and dates really, really easily, and it is true to a degree. Maybe more so than some other types of fiction, but I think the fantastical element of science fiction, the wonder and the ideas that these people are working with, and trying to sort of open other people's minds up to it. I think that science fiction's got a very, very important social aspect to it. Um, yeah, and they're products of their times, but in the sense, all science fiction is what is modern, as it's written in the now, and it's generally about the now. It's not about the future. It's not about the past. It's a common misconception. Science fiction, when it's written, is about now, and it makes it the most modern form of fiction, but it instantly dates in some ways, if you like. Depends on what the ideas are. But no, I would happily read, just because we know that you can't breathe on Mars. This kind of thing doesn't make Barcelona a load of hooey. It doesn't. You can always just say, "Oh, it's an alternative universe," and take it that way, and then that'll sort of totally sort out your suspension of disbelief. This kind of thing. Everything in Asimov is atomic. Yes. Do we get the positronic brains as well? But I particularly love the robot books, the robot stories. I keep sort of my wife kind of likes legal dramas and crime novels and stuff, and I would describe the most of the robot stories as legal dramas, where in a sense what Asimov is doing is putting his laws of robotics to the test in fictional courts and so on. It's quite interesting. Long time since I've read. I've got The Complete Robots. It really is a great book that you can pick up. Just has all the robot stories in one place. Save you running around trying to find them here, there, and everywhere. Where are we? Zoned Oystander. Hi, Zoned. Says it's amazing that people with your amount of time worth of experience and taste exist, and now you exist to share that knowledge with those with equal taste but less time. Like my time's running out. Zoned. The sands of time, but no, that's my job. Well, it should be. It should be my job, but it's not my job. It's my work, I suppose. And I'm an educator. I'm not a teacher. I've been a teacher, I've been a tutor, and I've been a lecturer. I've been all three, though I'm not a qualified teacher. But I am a lecturer. I was a lecturer, and I, as a classicist, I suppose, in terms of education and so on, I look at things in a very funny way compared to most people. And it's a very kind comment, by the way. Yeah, it seems you exist to share that knowledge. That's the whole point of it, isn't it? Is to share it. And I don't know. Maybe one of the reasons why this wee station isn't doing so well is that we're marked as education here, not entertainment. I mark the videos for education, and it allows me to get away with stuff as well. Though at the same time, if you're involved if you're working in an educational manner, you can be almost bulletproof in terms of things. It's not actually the case, to be honest with you, but science fiction is a subject that can make you almost bulletproof, if you see what I mean. As long as you go about your business a certain way. I've done all sorts of things. I don't know. I would say that I have a very much wasted my life, but it didn't go the way I wanted, I suppose. But I always wanted to be an educator in some shape or form, excuse me. And I look at it sometimes in terms of how the ancient Greeks would look at education, is that they kind of have two sort of schools of thought. One is educators, peripateic educators, people like Aristotle and so on and so forth, and Diogenes, and the others group are what we call the sophists. And I'm sure you'll know that the modern word sophistry is an argument whose intent is to deceive. The big problem is being paid. That if you're an educator, you shouldn't be paid. And that's me. But I do it for the love of it, and I don't know really what to say about it, Zone, but it's kind of what I do. I just and as much as I try to pop on here and do it in a kind of entertaining way, and it's conversational. I learn best conversationally myself. In fact, if I read things, I tend to talk to myself back to make sure I understand it. If you see what I mean, to process things, I like to hear things. And I have a very funny memory for conversations. It's almost eidetic, almost, but I can remember conversations verbatim from when I was a child. People go, "How the hell do you remember that?" But it's fun to share, isn't it? I am a misanthrope. I'm not a big fan of the human race. I've got to interact and be social, and that's it's what I am as an educator, really. So it's the way I look at it, and I'm very. It's good to share knowledge and understanding, and particularly with a book or science fiction. I mean, I really haven't got much into science fiction films or anything else really at the minute, which is my intent is to cover all things science fiction. But with a book, something that's very well considered and an author has taken a lot of time to put into it. There are science fiction authors out there who think that you shouldn't study science fiction. Gene Wolfe's a good example, that you shouldn't bring academic work to it, or not that I'm an academic anymore, but that you shouldn't bring that kind of critical eye to it, because I think he thought more of escapism, I suppose. But I disagree, and I think it's worth learning things about books, and what we've gone through with the Dune Book Club just alone, even what I'm learning, and it's a two-way process, zoned. If you see what I mean, it's not just, but it was a very kind comment, but it's not just my time and experience; it's everyone else here too. It's a mutual thing. It's I can't do this without anybody else. If you understand, it's one of the things as a misanthrope, I can't perform because I can't sing. For example, I'm a musician. I can play guitar on my own, but if I want to rock on, I need other people to do it. This kind of thing. But I'm just bookish. The reason why I probably read so much, and it's getting harder for me to find time to do it. But when I was younger, I've had a sleep disorder since about the age of 8 or 9, where I can't sleep. So for many, I'm the kid under the bed covers with the torch, and the radio and the clinical earpiece in one ear. And I used to go every 2 weeks to the library for myself and my grandmother, and I'd bring her 14 Mills and Boon books, and I'd bring home 14 books for myself, and that would be kind of 2 weeks reading. So it's just, I'm just very odd. But I'm not a typical Irish person, not a typical Northern Irish person. It's just me, and I thought this is the best place to do it. But it's a really nice comment. Thank you. With equal taste with last time. My time isn't great, but if you taste is a good thing, I think, isn't it? It's, and I said, I'm a person, by the way. I will not shit on, as much as we talk about writing recently. That's just one aspect of science fiction, how good the writer is. I'm a fan of good writing. I love science fiction that's not that well written. I won't crap on a book. When I provide criticism or something like that, it's not a great word, analysis, but I don't like to shit on anything. Everything's got its merits, I think, and it's about maintaining a kind of balance, and hopefully keeping you guys interested and stuff. But it's lovely to be able to talk to people like this. That the technology allows this, and as I said, even doing this work years ago, there was nobody to talk to about it. Nobody interested. Nobody cared. You're very much on your own, and you got to do these things. So it's about. But what we started off at, being competent, maybe getting on with doing what you want to do in life, and I've been trying to do what I love. I suppose not very successfully, but I still do what I love. It depends on how you measure success, doesn't it? I'd say I'd probably have done it very successfully, but if you measured it financially, not at all. That was a very nice comment. Thank you very much. Then is saying I reread Hitchhiker's Guide a few years ago, and it didn't land with me nearly as well. I would agree. I reread it recently. I bought a new set. It's a set of books I keep giving to young people. I'll just take them. I give them away, thinking that it's something that young people would enjoy. I don't know exactly why. I think it was so unrelentingly sarcastic that it got tiresome and getting off. I've found the same thing, Vela, to be honest with you. I enjoyed the first two. The rest of them, not so much. And it's possibly that the humor from The Hitchhiker's Guide, it's embedded in my head. If you know what I mean, as much as it's science fiction's great comedy masterpiece, it gets to the point where if I listen to it on audio, I've got the radio and the books, I suppose, and I've got the film. Though I like the film, I didn't like the film very much. Hello. Sorry, Holly just saying, "You okay, big love?" She's just saying hello. But Yeah, it's possibly that. Just maybe Vela is it you know the jokes. Does that make sense? I remember laughing so hard when I was a youngster. I loved it. It was the funniest thing. There was the Hitchhiker's Guide. I think, and at that age, probably reading things like The Secret Diary of Adrian Mole at age 13 and three quarters, that kind of thing by Sue Townsend. Very, very funny books. And I know all the jokes. I think, I can quote you a fair bit of the Hitchhikers. Time is an illusion, lunchtime doubly. So it's the humor of that book's part and parcel of me now, I think, and I think maybe that's it. As I said, some things age. It's still very funny listening to it on the radio. It's got its moments, but as it goes further on, it's you know. But it is a lovely thing, the Hitchhiker's Guide, and it has what's the word I'm looking for? Sentimentality about it, I think. As much as it's outrageous sarcasm, and the way it deals with science, the humor that it gets from science. The ideas. I think some of them are quite funny, but it has lost its edge a wee bit for me. But I wonder how funny it is to someone fresh, fresh to it. It's like we say sometimes. It's if only wouldn't it be nice to forget a book so that you could enjoy it the way you did the first time, if you know what I mean. That there are some books that are so good when you read them. But yeah, Connor saying Lensman is pure pulp, square jawed hero work. Yes, indeed. What was I looking at the other day? Again, I've it downloaded there, but I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But I was thinking about something that I love is the Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai, Adventures Across the Eighth Dimension. And there's a sequel has been produced to it in book form recently. If you want to check it out on Amazon. But I was thinking about where does and we're talking about these kind of series, by the way. Lensman, and even things like Tarzan and Barsoom, Edgar Rice Burroughs. And the one that I thought was, God, you know something? Isn't Buckaroo Banzai a bit like I've probably said this before? Doc Savage, Man of Bronze, and of course those were pulp. What you described, that square jawed hero with his team and all that stuff. So I've got the film sitting here. Hoping to watch it with the wife. Watched the trailer for it the other day. It just made me laugh. But it's that, yeah, there's nothing. It's great stuff, Barsoom was very repetitive. Says Matt S. Two guys fight, compliment each other for being sporting fellows, and decide to team up and fight someone else over and over again. Sounds like a lot of science, American comic books, I think, as well. Gods of Mars is a hell of a read, though. Oh yeah. I look forward to. I have to say, by the way, the John Carter film I thought was excellent. As a bit of a John Carter fans, I wonder what you guys thought of it, but I absolutely loved it. And to see it so critically panned and all of this stuff, and that it was a massive box office flop and all of this nonsense. I watched it and I was absolutely overjoyed by it. Just thought it was fantastic. Are you all right, Big Love? No, excuse me. Sorry, 1 minute, folks. Let me just sort out. Sorry about that, folks. At the doghouse, we have dogs, so we need to let them out every now and then. They run about and bark at the neighbours and wake them up. let's have a wee look. Just catch up with your comments here. I want just on the Michael Moorcock before I went any further. I know we were talking about him a bit earlier, but my probably my favorite, one of my favorite books that I own is this Michael Moorcock's Behold the Man. Very controversial book, very good book. It's an American edition, I think he brought over, and I met him and he signed it for me. There we go. And this is a long time ago when I lived in London. I got another book signed by him as well. Is it this one? It is. So he made a mess. He made a mess of signing it, and so I don't know if you can see this, but he signed it twice for me. So he was jet lagged, and he was very nice. And he oops, and he was really sorry. And he popped it and signed it again. So yeah, it's a great book. One of the Carl Glogauer books, isn't it? It's the only one of those I've read, actually. I think the character's from Derry, isn't he, possibly? Breakfast in the Ruins. I haven't read it yet. The question is, do I have it? I think I've read all the Elrics I've got, to be honest, or all the Michael Moorcocks that I've got. I've got some of his stuff from New Worlds, and it's more other writers, etc. But yeah, I'd love to get through those. But the John Carter, yeah. See, I think books like that, the old pulps, as we want to call them, that they're so easy to read. There's good writing, there's bad writing, the stories, the adventures, and I can't comment too much on those books because I haven't read them. But I'm well aware of them, if that makes sense, and what they're about, and I'm very much well aware of the the content, if you like, of the Lensman books and so on. But I think that'd be lovely to pick up a couple of sets of those, actually, just tear through them. And that's what I like about Moorcock's books and stuff. Moorcock can be a great writer when he wants to be. At the same time, he can be very pulpy. As if that's a term, for sure it is. I would describe books like that as pulpy, to be honest with you. But yeah, again, think of what was available at the time. We'd be totally blowing people away with their imagination and stuff. And yeah. Let me just see if I can catch up where we were, folks. Zoned Oystander, it says, I think that suspending judgment is a very basic but rare stage in higher consciousness. Being rare has a large role in the modern confusion. Yeah, we all do value judgments, I suppose. We talk a lot about that with Dune, etc. And it's a big thing. But yeah, I suppose I do my best. How would I put it? Let me see. Value judgments, I suppose, any kind of judgment. Suspending judgment. I like to wait for more information. I try not to be too judgmental. And everybody out there is a human being with their own problems and things like that. I try to be. I am a person who tends to treat people how they treat me, unfortunately, and that means that sometimes I don't treat people very nicely. But yeah, it's a good thing to do. The way I look at it is that I'm very good at putting my head into other people's lives, if that makes sense. It's the idea of walking in someone else's shoes for a day. I do my best to try and consider things, if I can. And when someone's written a book, it doesn't matter. I've given plenty of criticism about Frank Herbert's Dune series, etc. Talk about how much I love it. I'm happy to criticize him when there's stupid things, or I've actually said no, he's wrong, quite a lot. And again, it's what Frank knows isn't what I know. Frank's long gone as a person of a different, but Frank's research is meticulous for the time, but he doesn't get everything right. He doesn't get everything wrong. It's the same with all of these authors, I suppose. And it's a difficult thing to write a story, I think, and put a book out there. A book should be a considered thing, as I think Sandy Toksvig said recently. Sandy Toksvig had a good wee set of podcasts on YouTube for a while, talking about books and things. And if someone has gone to that time and effort to consider their ideas and put them down on paper for you to read, I think you need to give them the consideration. And yeah, I'm a person who historically I operate in different areas, if you like. But the ancient world, and particularly the literary ancient world, is a place where I'm very happy to be. I have no problem reading Greek, Roman, or anything, from the ancient world. And I'm very much able to put my mind into that society, if you like, and possibly even depending on who it is, the author themselves. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. It's a bit like Harlan Ellison saying we all need to be nicer to each other, don't we? We should. It's a hard thing to do sometimes. Sometimes our own worlds can come crashing in on us and stuff, and we can just, I don't know, become too self-absorbed or lash out, this kind of thing. But I don't like it when it's done. But there's an awful lot of this in the media at the minute. That we cancel culture, all of this stuff. I don't want to hear what you have to say. If you don't want to hear what an author has to say, don't buy their books. Don't read them. There's plenty of things you can do in the world, But it is interesting, and I love science fiction. Again, classical philosophy, all of these things. I see so many similarities in them. And I do think of science fiction. I think of science. I give science fiction a much, much higher place on the body of world literature than almost anybody would. I consider it a high art form, and fundamental to human philosophy and or social development, if you like, technology, all sorts of things. And it's interesting because it's a form of literature that's mocked, is looked down on, is seen as juvenile. All of this stuff, and I'm very pleased to say that kind of thinking still existed when I was doing my PhD, but doesn't anymore. I think that I think it's partly to do with a certain generation, really, that's grown up with this stuff in the modern world, Lord Cronk saying Snow Crash by Neil Stevenson is slightly dated but still cool read. Yes, it's one that I've been wanting to get to, and there's a series and a film, isn't there? Bill says, need to call it a night. Really happy I got to catch your stream for a bit. Stay well. Take it easy, Valen. Thank you very much. Look after yourself. Zoned Oyster saying, you haven't wasted your not too sure what I've done with it yet. So the system that we are all subject to has placed you outside of your rightful position. I state this as a young guy with good taste, and I heard everything you said. Thank you very much. I am a misanthrope, and I am outside of pretty much the system, whatever you call this. I'm a systems person, by the way, Zone. I don't know if you know that. I'm a computer scientist. So it's something that, funny enough, it's what you're saying. One of the big things we talk about, Frank Herbert, is that the whole idea of systemic thinking and looking at humans as being part of a system. It's interesting. I haven't wasted my life. No, it just didn't go the way I thought it would. But it's been interesting. Put it that way. My whole life has been interesting times, if you know the Chinese curse. But it's yet here we are, and I'm at the same time I'm very happy in life, No, nope. Yeah, so it's just doggies behind me there. But yeah, that's very articulate and very kind words. Thank you. The system we're all subject to has placed you outside of your rightful position. It didn't actually. I know I think you're trying to be nice, but I did it to myself. I state this as a young guy with good taste, and I heard everything you said. Thank you. Everything in my life I'm responsible for. But I tend not to, as much as I say I'm a player of games, I don't play games by other people's rules generally. I'm considered, I think I'm a bit wild, to be honest with you, and I don't go down well in academic circles, for example, at all. Though everybody wants to know my opinion, but they don't stick a knife in my back as soon as you turn it. But there we go. Oh yes, I wish I could forget some books to read the first time again. Wouldn't it be nice? Just to get the absolute joy of a book. I can think of books that, God, I'd love to read that again, but just I think The Hobbit is such a good book for the first read. I rate The Hobbit much higher than The Lord of the Rings. As a wonderful book for kids, for adults, for anybody. To read it again for the first time would be brilliant. I'd love to read Aesop's Fables again for the first time. I could go on all day. It's just that they're books that you read that you get. They fill you up, if you know what I mean, depending on how good the author is, whether it's making you laugh or making you cry, teaching you something new. Who knows, But wasn't they say, if you don't read books, you live one life. if you do read books, you live thousands, and I can sit and chat to people all over the world from different cultures and all sorts of stuff, because of it. Even though we were saying to Chaya earlier, I've not really been anywhere too far. I'm not well traveled or anything like that. It would be nice to see a bit of the world and meet people. I like, much as I say I'm a misanthrope, I kind of drop humanity all into the same thing. When I meet individuals, I tend to chat and like them and get on quite well with them. Excuse me. Dear. Connor's in a walks, chance in a supernova. Oh dear, oh dear. So how do you feel exactly when you know when a book is great? What are the patterns that make it great? That's an interesting question. Wow. Let me see. Well, how do you know a book's great? I suppose it's a very subjective thing, isn't it? It's what are the patterns that make it great? Pacing would be one. If a book's just and I've only put two books down in my life, I think, that I just found what I would call pathologically bad. Um, and there's plenty of people would tell me off on one of them. One of the books was Adam Bede by George Eliot. Hate it. And it's considered high literature. Plenty of people would slag me off for that. It's not my thing. I didn't like it. I didn't like the pacing of it. Didn't like the writing. Didn't like the dialogue. There's so many things that make a book great. But it is an individual thing. For me, I love good writing. I love an author who can paint such a vivid picture with their words. That the better the writing, the better you can see the world that you're inhabiting. I think. So it's an individual thing. It also, I suppose, what does make a book great. I mean, not my personal taste, but longevity. I think books are not. There are books that are just great and that they're still around thousands of years later. I think there are things that people don't read. We kind of all know some of these stories. I'd tell you two of my favorite, but if I listed my 10 favorite books, I think I'd be very hard pressed to put a science fiction book in there, and I would want to. But there's my favorite books would be things like Aesop's Fables, the Iliad, the Odyssey. What else have we got? I love Beowulf. It's epics and sagas in particular. The Argonautica is absolutely amazing, and we all know who Jason and the Argonauts are, don't we? Maybe through Hollywood, but prior to the invention of cinema, I think we did know a lot of these older stories. In fact, I know we did. You can see the references to them, for example, within the like the Renaissance works of Shakespeare, for example, where you start getting all this Greek and Roman stuff appearing. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's a very good question. So, how do you feel exactly when you know when a book? Oh, that's maybe I wasn't answering your question. How do I feel? I feel great. I love reading a good book. Just there's something that'll just ting, if you see what I mean, and you'll just. I don't know, a book like that to me. I don't want to go to sleep. I don't want to do anything. I want to read straight through. And I find that quite hard to do these days. I don't have the energy, but it's I don't know. And there's books that people will tell you they're absolute masterpieces, and I would tell you, my personal opinion is I think they're very weak. But again, that's sometimes to do with academia. I think that people will build up arguments on certain things. There's certainly plenty of books out there that are considered high literature. I think are awful. I'm not a fan of Dickens, for example, and I would compare Dickens's work to Mark Twain. Sometimes, in some ways, and I think Mark Twain's wow, what a superior writer. Odd enough, I've performed on a stage that I've performed on a stage that Charles Dickens performed on, and it's also the same stage that Led Zeppelin performed "Stairway to Heaven" for the first ever time. Buckaroo Banzai. So, what are the patterns that make it great? Just to answer your question, so I'd have to give it maybe a bit more thought, but there's a pacing to books, stories, characterization is really important. It depends on if it has a narrator or not. I don't know. It's just the author's voice and how they've structure, pacing in particular. I think, but ideas. It depends. There's so many things that make up a good book. But how do you feel when you know a book's great? Really good, because I'm just going to get into it and not surface for a while. I think if that helps. What are the patterns that make it great? I'm not so sure. I think when we were mentioning there earlier about Ian Banks, and I thought that the way he handles pacing, you get these kind of things like a Shakespearean pyramid, if you like, that we should start here, take the up, and then head down, that kind of thing. And if you thought of that as taking your reader up to an apex, if you like, and then running down to the conclusion of the story, Banks is kind of like that. He's got a little line there, and then this line would just keep going. I don't know. I would call it almost acceleration. Different writers do it differently. If you want to know books that I would consider supremely well written, that you can tell within the first couple of pages, the Titus Groan, have a look at that. By Mervyn Peake, the Gormenghast books. Just read the first couple of pages of Titus Groan, and you'll go, whoa, whoa. Well, I did. It's kind of, yeah. I kind of always have a whoa, this guy's good, and it's just something that it's taken me a lot of years to refine my own sort of language and stuff like that. And I can be very eloquent and utterly vulgar in the same sentence, But Buckaroo Banzai is absolutely dog savage. It is indeed, isn't it? What a great movie. Disappointed we never got a sequel. Yeah. We should have had a whole franchise for that. I don't know. When I watched it, I thought it was brilliant, mad. I watch it every year. I just love it. I keep trying. My wife quite likes John Lithgow, and I keep trying to get her to watch it, but I think it just seems too cookie for her. But yeah, what a great, yeah. I love Buckaroo Banzai. It's just genius. And there is a sequel. It's the sequel that's Mr. Skills. It's the sequel that's you're told about at the end of the film, but it's a book, and it just came out recently. Actually, I've been wanting to pick it up. Let me just. Is it Buckaroo Banzai against the World Crime League or something like that? No. Yeah, what a great film. Buckaroo Banzai against the World Crime League, a compendium of evils by E.M. Raunch, was released on the 18th of November 2021. Keep forgetting I've been away for a year. You'll find it on Amazon Prime, or Amazon, sorry. Hardback's $23.99. Kindle edition. So I'm sure there's a cheaper copy than that. But yes, finally there is the sequel, but it's in literary form. So there you go. It's something I'm really want to get a hold of myself, to be honest with you. Oh goodness, wouldn't you just love a whole Doc Savage? I think should have been a bit like a James Bond franchise, to be honest with you. Or sorry, not Doc Savage, Buckaroo Banzai. If you look at the actors on it as well, what a great cast. Matt S. and John Carter was a Disney triumph. I agree. We lost something when crowds didn't respond. It was marketed poorly. I thought it was a random biopic until I was in the theater for something else and saw the poster. Connor said, I've got to go off. I must away. Off. Take it easy, Connor. Sorry. I'll be wrapping up myself shortly soon, I think. And then switch my ticket. Yeah, I just saw it. I think whenever I was talking about it when it came out, and anybody that I was talking to had never heard of it. But there you go, Farscape. Chaya said Farscape is fun TV sci-fi. It's an Australian series ran about 20 years ago. Chaya, it's probably one of my all-time favorites. I love Farscape. I've got all the DVDs here. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Hang on a sec. I'll show you what I've got here. Starting to get up my theme song mixed up. There we go. I've got these. Let's see. I'll show you a couple of them. And somehow I got these ridiculously cheap. I must have been an accident or a mispriced thing, but these are the ones I have. That's Farscape season one. I think these were about £80, and somehow I got them for 20 each. And don't ask me how. They're beautiful, lovely set of DVDs. And there's all sorts of wee things from back in the day, screensavers for your computer and icons and all that. As a show, Farscape is near perfect. I think it's got a fantastic cast, special effects, the writing is supremely good. The acting's really good. It's fun. It's sexy. It's too sexy for the crowd. In Britain, it was released. China, it got the wrong time slot, and I think it's because people thought it was the Muppets, and it's a very adult show. Oh dear. So yeah, if anybody hasn't watched Farscape, kind of got cancelled 4 years in with a one of the biggest. Farscape does cliffhangers, I think, better than any modern TV show, in the real sense of the cliffhangers. And then when they run a cliffhanger, Chaya, at the end of you'll get a cliffhanger at the end of season one, and how will it go into season two? The cliffhangers get worse. They just, and it's one of those shows where you just go, how can this get any worse for these people? It's brilliant. I love Farscape. Really sad to see it shut down as a show. It was quite a thing actually here when it was coming out. The third season, I actually went up to Belfast to be in a pub full of people who were wanting to. It was being shown on this big screen, and I'd never been to anything like that. So it had a big sort of local people here seemed to like it, and I just thought it was an absolute classic. It's very much. I think John Crichton is very much a Buck Rogers character. Erin Soon is very much a Wilma Deering, isn't she? But different. But there's a lot of Buck Rogers, I think, in Farscape. And what I particularly enjoyed that they did was that they took that kind of American ideal of there's different kind of paradigms within science fiction. How Americans deal with problems in space is very different. For example, how Russians deal with it. And the idea with the whole Star Trek kind of, that kind of thing is that we're all getting along nicely, helping each other out, working together in space, and aren't we great? And Farscape is the exact opposite. It's a bunch of criminals basically on a ship who all seem to be generally working against each other most of the time, and it's amazing they get anything done. It's very funny. Thank you for mentioning it. I absolutely love Farscape. There you go. Zone Dixon says, "You're a beautiful person." Thank you very much. What place does science fiction have on the fig tree? Wow. I planted a fig tree in my backyard there last year. My wee doggy died. My dad's wee doggy, Bonnie, who's the dog that you'll see on Roog, the title card for Roog. And we didn't know what best how to bury her, really. I buried her, but what sort of monument? We planted a fig tree on her because the wee doggy was just a big ball of love, and the fig tree is associated with the goddess of love, Ishtar, isn't it? What place does science fiction have on the fig tree? I think it's right at the top. Today, I think it's an incredibly important body of literature. Other things, it's it has many mediums now. Excuse me. And I do give it. I really do think of it very important. As I say, I put it this way: it's not really taught in schools here or anything like that. If you had a bunch of 11-year-olds starting English literature, get them to read something like "There's the Hobbit," "Have Space Will Travel," something like that. Because I do teach English, I'm having to work. Got to work on the Winter's Tale the Winter's Tale at the minute, and Shakespeare. The curriculum in Northern Ireland here was the United Kingdom. The books that the kids read from GCSE to A level, they're all awful, negative tragedies. There are things like The Bell Jar by Sylvia Plath. There are mental health books. It's bizarre. I'm trying to think of what I read The Time Machine in school. I read The Hobbit in school. These were school books for me. Um, and you wouldn't see stuff like that at all here. They're just reading mental health misery, and the happiest two books, the funniest books, if you like, the nicest two books that are on the GCSE A level syllabuses are Frankenstein and Dracula. They are the nicest books on the GCSE syllabus, but there's no stuff like that at all, and it should be there. We're that busy. We'll make these kids fixate on Shakespeare, and even I've got A-level student at the minute. I'm helping, and we're doing The Winter's Tale. And why that play of all the things? It's not a really good play. It's so no. I think science fiction is a very positive. Though to be honest with you, you can say a lot of it's doom and gloom stuff and warnings, but it's an attempt to educate, human beings really and where are we going. I think it fundamentally is about what's going on with our lives today. It's ultimate, as I said, it's always modern when it's written. It's the ultra modern, if you like, but it's and because of that, some of it doesn't date. It depends on what the author is looking at, But a change in scientific knowledge can date a science fiction book, as simple as that, Farscape got it. It absolutely did. Something? It's the whole package, though. There's something about Farscape, even the whole introduction to it. There's something about science fiction shows. I'd top 10 intros to science fiction shows. The music, dun 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 dun, that. The John Craig shot through a wormhole. The whole thing, the package is brilliant. I thought it's I love intros to sci-fi shows sometimes that have been just fantastic. Things that I'm talking about would be like I don't know if anybody knows Battle of the Planets, for example. The whole title sequence intros to that. One of my all-time favorites is Buck Rogers in the 25th Century. The whole dun 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 dun. The year is like brilliant. These little bits of narration that and I've very much got that. I always thought that the Farscape startup was a bit of a homage to the Buck Rogers thing. And I don't know if anybody's seen it on that. South Park did the Buck Rogers in the 25th, Eric Cartman in the 25th Century. If you look it up online, you can have a look on YouTube. You can see there's 3 versions of it. There's Jesus in the 25th century, Buck Rogers in the 25th century, and Eric Cartman in the 25th century. And they've all done the titles, and just brilliant. Farscape really is the whole package. Very funny, quite dark, and quite hopeful, I think. And it's I call it an emotionally intelligent show as well. You've got a male lead character who cries a lot just because things are a bit shit and sad, and it doesn't bother you. It doesn't make him any less mask and all of these kind of things. There's a almost a grown up sense to it, if you know what I mean. And it has also the visuals, the puppets. Who thought the Muppets would ever look so good, if you see what I mean? Zone says, stories matter. I didn't read the altruistic ones at school and only read the beautiful altruistic ones and only read the beautiful ones outside of it. My schooling is Big Trouble in Little China is sort of the sequel to Buckaroo Banzai. You think? I love Big Trouble in Little China. Jack Burton's probably one of my favorite comedy heroes. He's the incompetent hero, isn't he? He's the opposite of what we started off talking about today about the competent man. He's the incompetent. He's just the guy that sort of gets through. But he's a bit like Ash in some ways from Evil Dead. Stories matter, yeah. Of course they do. Ryan Scare says that episode was amazing. Hopeful, faith, yeah. Hope's the thing I don't operate with too much, and neither is faith, to be honest. But there are things, yeah. I don't know, but I think how we educate kids with books and stuff, it's very important. We talk about. I think I saw the rock star Pink is giving away banned books. Congratulations, well done to her. I find the idea of a banning books, censoring books, appalling. I think there's a big battle with this kind of thing going on in America these days. Within the school systems. Um, but yeah, it's I don't know. I find that I live in a country that doesn't produce science fiction zoned, uh, which is a really weird thing to say. Um, Especially when almost every country in the world. We did have two writers, and they're both gone, but we have had the troubles here. I live in a society that is retardedly atavistic, in the non-pejorative sense of the words. But we look backwards here, where we have no idea, no desire to look forward at all. Everything is about culture and tradition, and people here like to walk because their ancestors walked, and they walk on roads and have little parades and stuff like that. There's no future desire to look at the future or any of these kind of things, um, in this in Northern Ireland. And to me, that's why it's something that science fiction, whether it be American science fiction, Russian science fiction, Chinese, anywhere in the world, really, it doesn't matter. I think it's very, very important. It's kind of a hard thing to sort of articulate, I suppose, just off the top of my head. But I suppose we all know what we get from these stories, don't we? How they can change our thinking, how they can change our philosophy, how we can look at our fellow man and woman. Science fiction has explored so many of the ideas that are actually contemporary in our society right now. But some of the warnings are over 100 years old. Some of them are, 200 years old. But we've been warned about things, that it's people seeing problems in society, and not knowing really how to explain it. So they'll write a wee story. And science fiction is, because as a form of literature, we were talking about being bulletproof. In a sense that there are people who tried to do certain things, and if they wrote it in a normal style, pamphleteering or anything, that they'd find themselves in prison. 2000 AD, the comic book, for example, is a really good example. This was formerly Action Comic, was shut down because of its content, and all they had to do really was to take that content and set it in the future, and then go, see, it's not real. And that's kind of and it creates a sort of, now not all science fiction can do this, but it does it very well. It makes it sometimes out of the realms of this, the state control, things like that, if you know what I mean. But it's I don't know. I do find it very hopeful. We were talking about Ian Banks, and what the culture are. For anybody who doesn't know, all the culture of meta species, the culture series, is an author's attempt to present to us the best possible future for mankind, not the worst, not the most, his post-apocalypse, or here's what it looks like if it all goes well. And it's not perfect, if you see what I mean. And that's what I find, your comments about hopeful faith, etc. there. So what I found wonderful about, and that I knew this from when I was reading them, that what I enjoyed about the culture was that, here we go, here's someone trying to show us what sort of a life we could have. And the culture, the human aspect of the culture, is very much, how would we put it, what Samuel Butler would suggest humans should be, under the control of machines, that we can hope to be their buddies and their pals, and that they might treat us like we treat our dogs, this kind of thing. And you might not get that from the culture, but it is there. The machines are running the show, but they're mostly benevolent. I was even thinking about doing something on science fiction's most just 10 super weird things from science fiction, but one of them is definitely going to be the grey area. The grey area is a culture ship, also known as Meat Fucker. The fact that it exists within the culture is very interesting. If anybody wants to read it, the book you're looking for is Accession. That's the book, mainly covers the culture ships, the minds, if you like, Matt S says banning books is out of fear by people who suspect their ideas aren't otherwise compelling. Yeah, and very interesting enough, it's often that people don't read these things. Um, I was explaining a couple of things in the Bible the other day to one of my students, and they just went, "Where's that?" And listen, it's in your Bible. Go read it. And they went, yeah. And I went, because you haven't read it, have you? So it's how people get, I don't know, fear of an idea possibly, but it is a fiction of ideas. Not all of them good, but not all ideas are good. But yeah, I do consider it something that looks towards the benefit of mankind. I think that's what it presents us. Ideas, how we interact with our world, how we change, how we adapt to science and technology. And the word technology covers an awful lot of ground, really. That kind of thing. But it's all good. Talking about Farscape, I was just thinking about some of the TV shows that I'll absolutely love. The BBC, by the way, for anybody who's not too up on these things, we're coming up to I think it's the anniversary of Doctor Who. If anybody wants to is a big Doctor Who fan, then I believe that the BBC iPlayer has released the entire archive of Doctor Who. On the BBC, and I was really sad to discover that they've lost a few episodes. And to be honest with you, I think the bulk of them are the ones that I used to really like, which was the Patrick Troughton Doctor. And for anybody's interested, what I understand is they've animated the dialogue, etc. So you can watch the whole episode. They've turned it into cartoons. He would have been the second Doctor. Isn't that right? William Hartnell, Patrick Troughton. Yeah. So I had I suppose Tom Baker would be my Doctor, if you like. Tom Baker would be the first Doctor Who for me. So I had a wee nosy at a couple of the other day. Yeah. As much as we talk about things dating, they're almost always filmed in quarries and this stuff. I think I think I was looking at Genesis and the Daleks or something like that. And all everybody's dressed in white spandex with, I don't know, what do you call it? Those kind of braids that you would get, and I don't know, that kind of Egyptian disco look that bands like Eruption used to have. I don't know if you know what I mean. As much as the Daleks looked great, everything else looked a bit. But the dialogue was good, the acting was good, and I didn't think it had aged that much, So that's just a wee thing for anybody who's interested out there. Lord Crunk says there's a little read, Without Me You're Nothing, The Essential Guide to Home Computers by Frank Herbert. Yes. I don't think Frank's. I can chat a bit about Frank's ideas about computers, and I suppose they're interesting enough. But as a computer expert, but yeah, he was well into it at the time. He invested money in some, I believe, in some kind of computer system. I don't know which one, but I think he did a lot of work on his early computers, I suppose. Be nothing more like word processor, some of them, I think. But yeah, that's what you're saying. There's some wee obscure stuff. That we were talking about earlier, that little bibliography of Frank's. I don't know if you could get them anymore. It would be. I'll tell you what, as just to point out the wee thing I'm talking about, the wee bibliography thing. This. If you're a science fiction nut. I wanted to get. I don't know how easy these would be to get a hold of. Galactic Central, they're called, biographies for the avid reader. Phil Stevenson Payne. That's there's 58 of these that these guys produced. And if you're big into your science fiction and wanting to track things down and stuff like that, the list of them is incredible. With the just off the top, the ones that I would be interested in here: A. Bertram Chandler. There's Harry Harrison, Jack Williamson, John Brunner. Everyone's here. There's Bob Shaw from Northern Ireland. One of the two writers that we talked that did produce some science fiction from here. Got John Wyndham. Philip K. Dick is here. Gene Wolfe is here. Fritz Lieber. Philip Jose Farmer. Brian Aldiss. George R. R. Martin's here. This is quite old. Jack Vance. James Tiptree Jr. Yeah, Theodore Sturgeon. Frederick. It's a who's who of science fiction writers. Frank Herbert's here, of course, because I've got it. Fred Saberhagen, Roger Zelazny. I really like Roger Zelazny's short stories. Lord of Lights are a really good book. Clifford D. Simak, Marion Zimmer. But it's a really good list. If this, I said, I think this is quite old, and I don't know if anybody can get them anymore. But they're very well done. They've certainly did their research into them. You know, these things are to be commended. You know, but I honestly don't know where you would find them. I think you might maybe they're just made to order. But again, I've got no publication date on this, but I think this year's at least. I think I bought this in 1998. You know, so we're 25 years later. Whether these chaps are still alive even or still producing these things is an interesting quandary, you know, I suppose. But there we go. But yeah, there's a little read. Yes, indeed. System, yeah, computer systems and stuff like that. I love it. But it's you've got to love Frank. He's a great guy, and I'm looking forward to hitting the Dune Messiah book club. To be honest with you, folks. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to wrap up in a wee minute. If anybody's got any wee questions or anything, I'd love to sit. I'll tell you what. We must do. Just sit here one night and we'll just go. Let's talk about our favorite sci-fi TV, and then another night we'll talk about movies. I think, and another night the audio, and maybe even we'll get into the poetry. Science fiction poetry. Ugh, who wants to look at that? There is a Science Fiction Poetry Association. Who is it that doesn't? Is it the Science Fiction Writers of America don't acknowledge science fiction poetry or something like that? So to hell with them, as they say, you know. But yes, indeed. But I'm trying to think. One of my favorite shows. I do like my Babylon 5 and Farscape the Battlestar Galactica, both versions of it. I like. Love the old Star Trek. I'm not too sure about the modern stuff. It's got a bit strange. You know, woke, isn't it? But one of the ones I love things. The original Twilight Zones and Outer Limits are absolutely fantastic. I'd love to sit and natter about those. One night, you know, something that I particularly love is Sapphire and Steel. I don't know if anybody outside of Britain's ever heard of this. Super weird, wonderful science fiction show. Limited series, only a few episodes of it, starring David McCallum as Steel and Joanna Lumley as Sapphire. It's another one of those shows that has a fantastic introduction to it. You know, transuranic elements may not be used where life exists. This kind of thing. It's dun dun dun, and oh goodness, it would give you the screaming willies. It would really scary science fiction. I remember particularly the first episode of science fiction. Of Sapphire and Steel. Watching it when I was a kid because I was hospitalized immediately the next day. Nothing to do with the show, unfortunately, but there you go. I love poetry. That sounds fun. Yeah, we put up a couple of poems on the station here. Not that we did one called Swords Zone, which was in response to talk about things being modern, I suppose, in response to the murder of Lyra McKee here. And then I did a wee one there for my wife that she insisted. She told me to publish them, put them up on the station, which is called Wendy. And it was my attempt. It's funny enough. It was my attempt to. I'm very Shakespeare's Sonnet 18 is not a love sonnet to any particular woman. It's a love sonnet to Shakespeare. And I was telling her about it, and I thought, you know, if I was going to write this, I'd name the person. You know, it is about Shakespeare Sonnet 18. It's all about how his writing can make someone immortal. If you pay careful attention to it, there's the love in it is all directed to himself. It's quite an appalling thing. So I kind of wanted to do something similar, but just be honest and write a wee nice love poem for my wife. Just because of the year we've had and so on, I thought she did. But she told me to put it up. A few people have seen it, so you know, short and sweet to the point. But yes, there are things like All Watched Over by Machines of Love and Grace, for example. And I don't mean the documentary. I mean it's a poem. And the New Worlds magazine There we go. Hang on. New Worlds magazine, under Michael Moorcock, used to publish quite a lot of science fiction poetry. They really were into people, messing, doing this anything really, anything. All poetry. There we go. Let me just. This is an incredibly good poem by Richard Brautigan. He was born on the January the 30th, 1935, in Tacoma, Washington. Let me see. Is it? I don't think it's particularly long. It's not. It's 3 verses. I'll read it to you, if you like. Just something to wrap up the end of the night, because I was going to record this. I like to think, and the sooner the better, of a cybernetic meadow where mammals and computers live together in mutually programming harmony, like pure water touching clear sky. I like to think, right now, please, of a cybernetic forest filled with pines and electronics where deer stroll peacefully past computers as if they were flowers with spinning blossoms. I like to think, it has to be, of a cybernetic ecology where we are free of our labors and joined back to nature, returned to our mammal brothers and sisters, and all watched over by machines of loving grace. There you go. Isn't that now? There's a science fiction poem for you. And that's Richard Brautigan. Now, there's a wonderful set of documentaries called "All Watched Over by Machines of Love and Grace." I think you can find them on the BBC. Yeah, there you go. I don't know much about Richard Brautigan. I've just found him here on a little bit of biography on 1935 to 1982. Not sure when that poem was published. Oh, it looks like the 60s. Let me see. Just say born on the 30th, 1935 in Tacoma, Washington. Little is known of his childhood, but it's rumored it was a troubled one. Somewhere around 1955 to 58, Richard moved to San Francisco, California, and became involved in the Beat movement. 1959, Lay the Marble Tea was published. His first published book, was a collection of 24 poems. In the late 60s, Brautigan began to gain popularity, and during this time published several of his most popular works, Trout Fishing in America, All Watched Over by Machines of Love and Grace, etc. During 1966 to 67, he served as a poet in residence at California Institute of Technology. It says then something else, but it's run out by the looks of it. There looks like a fair collection of his poems there on all poetry. But there's a science fiction poem for you, and it's I think it's pretty good. It's very good. There's plenty of it. For those of us who all know, of course, the whole thing about poetry and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has always been quite funny. Who is the worst poet ever? I think the worst poet ever. The name changes, I think, in the different versions of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I thought it was Paula Nancy. Was it Polly Nancy Millstone Jennings or something like that? Yes. The absolute worst poetry was Paula Nancy Millstone Jennings. That's not bad for remembering the Hitchhikers. But the whole thing that the Hitchhiker's Guide has on poetry, I think, is just brilliant, and it resonates very well if you're ever taught poetry like that in school, But yeah, poems are easy to put together. I think if you understand meter, and I like to play with the structure. Anyway, I wrote a couple of sonnets, but they're not in the actual standard form, if you like. I will connect with you in the middle. I enjoyed that poem. It's very human. It was. It's a great poem. There's so much out there, and as science fiction really, from the ancient world where we have a few rare books, moving up towards the Renaissance, where things people start to examine and look at technology and science and the return of all the knowledge that was lost from the Greek and Roman worlds, up to the Industrial Revolution. We get changes there. Into the 20th century, where science fiction has exploded, and even I'd say up to 20 years ago, science fiction is still seen as the province of children. They're books for kids. It's an appalling idea, and it's a bit like people, as you say, about burning books out of fear. They're derived. They're science fiction books can often be countered towards religious ideas, things like that. And it's because of that they impact heavily on society, I think. And there's many good. At the same time, there's many good science fiction books that have strong religious elements and are written by religious people. But yeah, I'll connect with you in the middle. I enjoyed that poem. It's very human. It is great. I think it's a wishful thinking, isn't it? What was the documentaries, by the way, all watched over by machines? I don't know if they're still on the BBC. They're excellent. Adam Curtis. For those of you who are interested in science fiction, I think you might find these documentaries fascinating. There's 3 episodes. What do we call it? Love and Power, the use and abuse of vegetational concepts, and the monkey and the machine, and the machine and the monkey. If anybody's not watched though, very, very interesting. And yeah, we've also, I suppose, at the bottom there, we've got Darwin amongst the machines. For some reason, being right at the bottom of that. That's interesting, isn't it? See, the whole Darwin amongst the machines is to do with Erewhon. It's the article that I wonder why it just says at the bottom. See also Darwin amongst the machines. The article published by Samuel Butler as Calarius or Solarius, which all to do with quite praising, I suppose, wasn't it? It's not a poem though, was it? So I'm just wondering why that was there. I suppose it's kind of in that similar idea at the time, but it's much later, isn't it? There you go. I'm sort of rambling a bit, folks. I'm getting a bit tired, but I'll tell you what, it's been a lovely evening chatting to you. I didn't realize I'd be on here for about 4 hours. So I was just popping on to say hello. I'm still alive, and we'll be getting started with this hopefully next week. So in fact, I was possibly thinking on doing a preamble, but what I'll do is try to put together some notes on the publication. Just the history of this book itself before we get started into it. And of course, it does have a wee kind of recap. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping to find a means of working where I don't have to fill up notebooks twice the size of a novel. But hopefully we'll be. This was Wednesday, wasn't it? So normally we would be on Thursday, which would be tomorrow. And hopefully we'll start getting on here weekly and getting on with it. But we'll aim to go with the Dune Messiah Book Club starting next Thursday at 9 p.m. GMT. And fingers crossed we can get through this one on the Children of Dune, get through it on the God Emperor. We're going to try and go through all 6 Dune books if we can get that done before I drop dead, because it'll take some time and effort, won't it? Yeah, time flies. Tempest fugit does it with good conversation. It certainly does. Rock. Oh, do you know something, Lord Kronk? I need to rock. I really need to get on a stage and rock the hell out of a bass guitar sometime, I think. But I miss rocking. I really enjoyed this stream. Good night, everyone. Good night, Zoomed Oystander. Thank you very much for your comments. They're very kind. And I will say good night myself, folks. It's 2 a.m. here. And I'm a creature that doesn't sleep, so it's time to get on with it. I might get the girls out or something. But it's been lovely. Thank you very much. It's as always great to connect with you all over the world. It's a mad single-celled amoeba. It's a crazy world, folks. So please look after yourselves no matter where you are. Stay safe. And I hope we can all be a wee bit nicer to each other, hopefully. But look after yourselves. Enjoy some good science fiction. And I look forward to hearing about what you're reading and what you're watching, and any recommendations you have. In the meantime, I still can't remember who recommended it, but I'm enjoying it so far. And thank you very much. It's nice to find not only a new science fiction book, but a writer who I'm not familiar with. So something new is always a delight. So thanks very much, everybody. And I'll say good night. That says we love Doc. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Have a good one until next time. Look after yourselves. Take care, no matter where you are. And remember, folks, no matter where you go, there you are. Good night. Ba-da-ba-da-da.